John.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the Crimson Court.
Hey.
Very excited to be here.
Have you checked your liver lately?
Liver health's
Could
important.
be jaundice.
It's
Before
be jaundice.
we dive into the session, before we allow Ryan to take it away with a summary, special fun announcement we've received. It's on the screen right over there. Our first sponsorship for the Crimson Court for Roll of Advantage, which is the app Party Loot. John, I have here in my notes that you have the what you're supposed to talk about the sponsor. Is that true?
That's crazy.
If that's what your notes say, then that's what I'm gonna do.
That's what they say right here. It says right here that John's supposed to talk about the sponsor.
Oh yeah,
Don't
totally.
say that.
So yeah, tonight's sponsor, partylootapp.com, the easy way to track your party loot. That's pretty much all it does. You can track your loot and your funds for your party, manage multiple campaigns, create more users, shareable links, cool little currency conversion, so it does it easy. Yeah, an RWA product.
Hell yeah. Will there be an app soon?
Go to www or without it, partylootapp.com.
Yep.
Sign up now.
It's in the link.
Beta is open.
Link is in the chat.
Amazing.
So thank you to Party Loot for sponsoring tonight's session and all future
Joe, I'm gonna need
sessions.
that dollar back.
You never sent me $1. I told you didn't have to.
Oh shit.
And you can't take back consultation for development. So womp womp. Rest in piss, loser. Ryan, take it away with the summary. Let's go ahead and dive in.
Hello. All right.
Hello.
Session 4, The Weight of Steel and Shadow. The council convenes back at Crown's Rest. Conversations turn to the newly appointed King's Hand and how the nobles and common folk are concerned that the group is set up to fail. Talon speaks sternly to the council, reminding them to have faith in his children, as one would be the future monarch. The spymaster stays behind as the council is dismissed, and informs Talon that the clergy has found the one that they were looking for. One of the blood. Meanwhile, Merrick was down with the dragon eggs that he found in the previous session. Before he makes any decisions, he hears a voice in his mind from the emerald egg, saying that it's cold. After wrapping it up, Merrick sent the egg up before retrieving the ruby egg. He leaves the third, believing that there is a trap that will cause the ceiling to collapse upon him should he remove it. The King's Hand discuss what to do, some wanting to destroy the eggs while others want to take them back to the capital. They eventually decide to keep the eggs hidden while sending a secret letter to Talon requesting further instructions. Xanthi goes back into the room to translate the draconic writing, bringing back several phrases that are cryptic at best. Merrick stays with the eggs while the rest return to Rosemont in order to settle the land dispute between House Rivermore and House Melanith. Ultimately, we decided to give control to House Melanith, believing that their connection to House Astrolore, had with the throne, would ensure more loyalty. House Rivermore certainly did not like this decision, but left without inciting further conflict. The heirs receive a sending message from Talon, instructing them to take the escort and return to the capital immediately. They retrieve the last egg, but activate the trap in the process, though Merrick is able to escape safely. The next day, the Lady Paramount of House Astrolore arrives to escort the King's Hand back to the capital. She requests for Xanthi, her granddaughter, to join her for a conversation on their way back. On the way back, the caravan is stopped by a group from the Church of the Cleansing Tempest. This group's sole purpose is to destroy any remnants of the King in Crimson or any traitors to the throne. Thankfully, Kaelin is able to take the lead on negotiations, convincing them that on orders of the king they must return to the capital immediately. Elandor, I'm going to butcher this guy's name, I'm sorry. Elandor Vathrin?
You got it, dude. You didn't even butcher it.
Yes, sweet. The Revenant that leads the church seems to agree and allows the groups to pass, though still remains suspicious. His eyes flash with a mysterious magic, though shows no signs of detecting anything. The caravan travels on, only a day away from the capital, and hopefully some much-needed safety and rest.
Absolutely.
And scene.
And scene indeed. Thank you very much, Ryan. As we're now going to go ahead and dive into the session. Instead of starting our session where we left off, we are going to travel back Travel back far in time. About 40 years. As I'm going to stand. This session's going to be super active, so gotta, you know, get moving now. Okay.
Love the slow race of the camera.
Yeah, I do too. There you go. I have to manually adjust it a little bit also because it's otherwise it'd be my forehead. All right. So like I said, we are going to dive in the past. There we go. Some years ago, the halls of Dragon's End have never felt colder. Talon Falkrest, he walks with purpose, but every step echoed in the emptiness of his childhood home. The torches alongside the corridor flicker weak against the cold morning chill, casting long shadows that stretch like grasping hands along the stone walls. Beside him walks Sir Gareth Thornfield, not yet Lord Paramount, keeping pace with a silent understanding. The Owlin is a fair bit shorter than he would become in years down the road, but even now he walks with that same unshakable confidence, his wings shifting relentlessly underneath his cloak.
You don't have to face him alone, you know,
Gareth murmured. Talon exhales, rubs his thumb over the worn grip of his sword hilt.
I do.
Gareth lets the silence breathe again before speaking.
He's never forgiven you for leaving.
I know.
But she has.
Talon hesitates mid-step, glancing at Gareth, the Owlin simply nodding ahead.
Queen Elendara will be happy to see you.
The words should have been comforting, but it only made the pain in Talon's chest ache deeper. He hated that he was returning home under these circumstances. He hated that it had taken Edemir's letter to bring him back, and more than anything, he hated that he was nervous to see his brother. They reach the great ironwood doors of the council chamber. Gareth turns to him, clasping his hand on Talon's shoulder.
Good luck, my friend.
Talon nods, steeling himself for what is about to unfold. Edemir Falkrest stands at the far end of the chamber, tall and thin, his posture flawless, his fine red hair trimmed to precision, and his face carved with an expression of permanent scrutiny. He doesn't smile.
Good morning, brother.
His voice was smooth, practiced.
I'm glad to know that in your absence you have not forgotten the meaning of punctuality.
Talon forces a smirk.
Never, brother. It would do me no honor to be late to a meeting with the future king.
Edemir's sharp gaze flickered in the briefest moment.
The queen is not dead yet.
His words were cutting, his posture unwavering.
And you should not speak of her as if she were.
She is still the monarch.
Treat her with the respect she deserves.
Talon sighs, lowering his head in deference.
My apologies.
Accepted. The words between the two are clipped and cold. Talon studies his brother, searching for some remnant of warmth, but Edemir was a statue, carved from duty and expectations.
But you are correct.
Edemir moves towards the table, pacing, his gloved hand on the polished wood, his voice steady as stone.
Soon the queen will pass. God keep her safe in that passage.
And you will become Lord Paramount of House Falkrest. His gaze lifts, piercing.
Is that something you feel you are truly ready for?
Talon straightens.
Of course. It would be my great honor to serve our house.
Small pause. Amused breath exits from Edemir's nose. Now that it benefits you in some way. Talon blinks, his expression darkening. What was that? Now that it benefits you in some way. Edemir's head lifted, his expression impassive. Need I speak more clearly? Did you suffer brain damage in your adventures, brother? Or have you forgotten the importance of listening? Talon's fingers curl into a tight fist at his side. No, Ed, I haven't. It is Edemir. Edemir. His brother nods, pleased. It is important that you understand what is at stake here. You and I are what's left of this house in the coming weeks. You've spent so long out in the world, I need to be sure that you know what is expected of you. You have already missed so much. Talon's breath is slow and measured. He's choosing his words very carefully. You know why I left, Edemir. Ah, yes. To play the hero, to escape the past. We all know, brother. So while you were off chasing stories, I was here alone, caring for Mother, assisting her in court, ensuring the kingdom did not fall apart. Oh, of course, I'm sure you were the only one responsible. Edemir always has the answers, Mother. Always listen to me, Mother. I was the responsible one. I always did what was best for our house. But what was best for our family, Edemir? A silence falls between them. Edemir's jaw clenches. It was always for the family. You were just too short-sighted to see it. Talon steps forward, now just a few inches away from his brother. Oh, I saw, brother. I saw how you pushed me out of politics when we were younger. How you never believed I had what it took. You didn't. You never did. Even now, you let your emotions guide you. I have not. You always have. Edemir turns away, walking towards the council chambers, his back turned to Talon. It's clear you did while you were away. He glances over his shoulder. Tell me, brother, what Theonian whore stole your heart to father a child, and for you to bring that bastard back with you? Talon freezes. Edemir presses on. Do you have any idea what that does to our family? To our line? Do not speak of my son in that way. What, Talon? Will you strike me down like some villain from your adventures? I only speak the truth. He is a bastard. In one fell swoop, you return, and any chance you have to save this kingdom is gone. Talon's fist is clenched, his breath heavy. He takes a step forward. He is not a bastard. Do not speak of my son in that way. Edemir simply tilts his head, unimpressed. Tell yourself whatever you like. It doesn't change the truth. And in that moment, you can see Talon, he reaches for the dagger on his belt. But before he can act, the door bursts open. A towering figure stands there, his bronze scales catching the dim torchlight. Rainier Falkrest, his voice heavy, strained. Come, now, both of you. They both turn. The queen. She is fading. Talon's heart plummets. The dagger slips from his fingers. Edemir sweeps by without another word. Well, almost. He mutters one last thing under his breath. As I said, your emotions guide you. A pause. Looking at the dagger now fallen to the ground. Your one chance at king, gone. You see Rainier shoot Edamir a dark look before turning to Talon as Edamir exits the room, heading towards Elendara's bedchambers.
For what it's worth, Talon, I think you'd be a better king than him.
Talon swallows, thickly picking up the dagger from the ground and sheathing it. He walks over to Rainier and places a hand on his shoulder.
Come. Mother will want to see us.
The two nod. And together they leave. As the scene fades to black, later that same day, Elendara, the usurper, savior of Adaria, would die. Later that week, Edamir Falkwest would be crowned King of Adaria, and Talon Falkrest named Lord Paramount. And well, the rest is history, but that's not the last time we'll be diving back to that time. But for now, our story lies in the present. Not exactly where we left off, as we need to backpedal just a little bit to a certain conversation in a carriage belonging to House Astralor. As we move to Xanthi and Lady Valora Astralor, her grandmother. So, as we are picking up, Xanthi, you remember sort of the pomp and circumstance that Lady Valora arrived with, and her insistence that you spend a little bit of time with her one-on-one because of how excited she is to spend time with her grandmother. Or with her granddaughter, sorry. The two of you get into the carriage together, and she smiles to you as you enter and sit down, and she'll just wait for a moment. And she'll say, "So, the king's hand, is it? Tell me, granddaughter, how do you feel about this situation?"
I mean, I think Zed this whole time, like as soon as she's had to like split from her siblings, there is definitely like a stiffness to her, that kind of like nervous anticipation, and like a little bit of fear. And so I think she takes a moment to answer. What exactly is your question regarding it, Lady Paramount?
You can see just slowly kind of melting away. Greeting your sibling, she was very grandmother, very kind, very nice, and you can see the matron, right? No longer the grandmother, starting to bleed through a bit. As she says, "From what I've heard, this is some test to determine if all of you are worthy, or if any of you are worthy for that throne. Is that truthfully the case?"
Do not believe that the affairs of our family are for you to know.
Believe you me, granddaughter, the affairs of House Falkrest are everyone's problem. For if one of you are not crowned monarch, well, the entire nation crumbles into civil war. I'm sure that truth is not lost on you. You're not nearly as dull as your mother.
And so is that it then? Do you doubt the crown?
I will
Do you
not
not
doubt
have
the crown.
any faith or loyalty in the House Falkrest?
I am loyal, and I do have faith. I just hope that our king, as kind and compassionate as he is, he makes the decision that is best for this kingdom.
And I'm sure that my father will. But as I said, it is not the concern of the other houses. It is an eternal fare for House Falcrest. It is a matter for my father and his council, not an outsider.
Very well. Even being
Should
separated.
Should I pass on your concerns to his judgment and his rule to my father? I'm sure it is something he would like to hear.
Well, if you believe that it is in his best interest, granddaughter, you should share it with him. It would be improper for you to withhold any information from the king. Isn't that right?
She kind of like gives a look as she's not quite getting what she's trying to allude to, but she's not going to admit it.
Let
In any
me
matter.
ask you this. Do you want the throne, Xanthi?
Princess Xanthi. Please, Lady Paramount.
Princess Xanthi?
I believe that throne is rightfully mine. By any laws of inheritance. By any laws of good reason or judgment.
And I agree, dear granddaughter. So it is in your best interest to please take my advice and listen for just one moment. You can go and tattle to your father, whatever the king. I didn't realize that you were raised by the Chamberlain and not by Talon, but that is well beyond me. The decorum of court is so important to you young nobles. You can barely talk about anything. It's all just, my princess this, and my lord, my lady so. You have enemies at court, Xanthi. Individuals that would do anything to ensure that you are not chosen as queen. I am traveling to Crown's Rest, and I plan to stay there for several months to help your cause. So before you prepare to go and tattle to your father, thinking it is what is best for the kingdom, I think you and I both know one very clear, very simple truth. The best thing for the kingdom, my dear granddaughter, is you. Or do you disagree?
Who are these enemies?
For one, I know that the spy master, Sir Davian, he does not particularly like you very much at all. That is something that Morgana has learned of. Morgana will do what she can, but as Archmage, she is beholden to other responsibilities. And I've also heard that Sir Gareth, Lord Paramount, if we're still maintaining decorum, seems as though, while he would be amicable to any decision that the king makes, it seems as though anytime you're brought up in conversation, he quickly tries to steer away from it. Doesn't sound quite like an advocate to me, does it?
Do you know the reasons for either of their disapprovals?
I do not know the reason, but that is why I come to Crown's Rest with you. I find it much easier to do these things in person. If you want something done right, do it yourself. I hate leaving home. The rest of this kingdom and this countryside looking out the window to the lowlands is rather dreary in comparison. But what is best for the family, what is best for the house, and what is best for the kingdom? The kingdom paramount, of course. So, do you have any other problems you wish to raise? Or should I call Princess Octavia back in here so you can continue your dragon chess lessons? Was that what that was? Or are there more reports that need to be filled out by the king's hand? Is that, by the way, a change in decorum as of recently? Because I remember from the previous king's hand and any other records that I've ever read about them, the reports were done orally with the king and the council when they were around. Is that something that Talon changed?
Again, Lady Paramount, I do not believe that these are matters in which you need to be concerned about.
Very well. If you change your mind about your disposition to assistance to someone who would gladly help you get something that you so clearly deserve, please remember that I am here. You see, she kind of looks at you and squints for a moment, looks you up and down, sizing you up, analyzing you, and she'll kind of scoff a bit, and then look out the window and say, I have nothing more to discuss with you then. We should sit in here for a few hours longer to keep up the appearance, but other than that, do what you will, read a book, practice your dragon chess, or whatever you need to do to occupy yourself.
No, one more question.
Huh?
Why do you travel with such numbers?
As I said, granddaughter, you live long enough, you make a lot of enemies, and I dare not get caught unaware and unprepared. I'd much rather move with a host that scares vassals and lords than with a host that makes them think they can act. And to your question, my granddaughter, Princess Xanthi, I believe that those are matters of my court that I would much rather keep to myself. As I said, do what you will. I'm done with this conversation.
I think she just still maintains that absolute tense posture, and just imagine her tail is just flicking.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
And so she's just gonna spend the rest of the time just staring, just staring at Valora, trying to come up with something, but it's just man, I cannot win this game.
Okay. All right, and that conversation continues in silence for that conversation. You just sit in silence for about 2 hours until your first break, and at that point, she'll let you out and go sit with your siblings, and the carriage ride proceeds as it had before. Until eventually, all of you arrive within the Crimson Grove. So the Crimson Grove is the large crimson forest right outside of Crown's Rest, with the petals from the tree within the keep. You have about a half day's journey until you're back in Crown's Rest. It's bright and early in the morning. You're getting ready, packing everything up from the campsite on this last day here. And as I understand it, Ryan, there was something Merrick wanted to do?
Yeah, he wants to talk to Captain Vela, if she's available.
Yeah, of course. it's kind of hard to find her in this great host that you're now traveling with. But after asking a few of the
All
Adarian,
90 of us.
yeah, you find Karth, the Adarian watch soldier that had snuck into the
My boy.
keep with you, and he says, "Aye, my prince. She's right over there. She's discussing things with Sir Otis of Gildera Keep right now."
Thank you much. And Merrick will excuse himself, and he'll wait nearby to like where they can see him, but he's not going to interrupt. He'll wait until they're done, since that does sound like a fairly important conversation.
Yep. So you watch for a moment. The exchanges back and forth, nothing intense, just logistical, talking about, you know, the materials that they're carrying, the soldiers marching into the city, where they're going to go. And eventually the conversation breaks, and you're able to intercept her, and she says, "Ah, my prince, is there something I can help you with?"
Not directly, I just wish to speak with you if you have some time, but if you have duties, it could wait.
No, it's quite all right.
And how does she seem, just kind of general vibes, since I'm sure this last week for her, last 10 days really has been kind of strange ever since, like, she's not stupid, she knows something's going on.
Oh yeah, it's really easy to tell. She's highly suspicious. But yeah, she doesn't seem like she's willing or wants to pry. But there's a very knowing glance on her face that something's going on, at least as far as you can tell.
I mean, curiosity's natural, so,
Yeah.
fair enough. No, I wish to speak just the two of us. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet for how well you've performed in every aspect of this mission.
Thank you, my prince. It is a great honor to receive such accolades from you.
I think few would take an assignment previously handed to Rainier Falcrest and tackle it so confidently.
He is one of Adaria's great heroes, and to be put on the same pedestal as him, you do too much, my prince.
I don't think we've done enough by you, actually. I wanted to speak to you about our interactions this past week or so. You know that we found something in that keep. And he'll just kind of wait for her to at least acknowledge that. Just, there's kind of no point of being coy about that, at least, he feels.
You being held hostage was ruled out as quickly as all of you exited the keep. So then, yes, my assumption was something within Serwyn Keep was incredibly valuable. That would... Well, I did think it was strange that you wanted to call for an escort. I understand the numbers were smaller, but a small company moves rather quickly. So, yes, I figured that you had found something of great either importance historically or something of great value to the king or to the kingdom.
I'm afraid at this time I still can't speak on that. But I wanted you to know that our hesitation has nothing to do with you. I don't want you to leave after this mission thinking that anything you had done had led to any sense of distrust or a fear of your integrity being questioned.
Never, my prince. In fact, I entirely understand that there are certain truths that the king's hand may be beholden to that I myself am not entitled to learn. It's my duty to ensure the protection of the king's hand, of the heirs, of all of you. That was my mission, and that is what I will do. But
and again,
thank you for the
you
consideration.
saw to it. Well, and again, you saw to that task valiantly. And I want you to know that when I do speak with my father, I will not be short on the praise that I offer you.
Thank you, my prince.
I know how it can feel to do everything that's asked of you and more. And sometimes still feeling like it's not enough. And I didn't want you walking away feeling like you haven't done your part. You performed better than I think any of us could have asked for. And I will make that very clear to my father.
Thank you. It means a great deal to me that you would say that. And I hope I can continue to serve as truthfully and valiantly and continue to deserve such great praise, my prince. Thank you.
Well, I can only hope that someday that others look to me the way that these knights looked at you.
I'm very sure, my prince.
Do I get the vibe that she's being honest and very genuine throughout this conversation, or is she just saying what Merrick wants her to say?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Alright, cool. No, guidance right in front of her. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that.
What was that?
Oh, okay.
17.
17.
Yeah,
what's that?
As far as you can tell, it seems like she's being truthful and honest. She's appreciative of the praise. And there's nothing that you can sort of sense or ascertain that seems like she's being dishonest.
Cool. Alright, and then Merrick will just offer a hand to shake, but if there's something else she needed to talk about, that's all he needed to say to her.
All right. So with that, all of you pack up your supplies and you begin your journey back to Crown's Rest. And for the very unfortunate task that awaits all of you within the council chambers.
I don't want to.
Your debrief.
Edwin goes home.
All right. So we make our way back.
Edwin's out of the game. That's one down.
Crown's Rest. And then, provided there's nothing anybody wants to do in these last sort of few minutes, it's about 30 minutes that you have as everything's being unpacked and you're expected to be in the council chambers. Is there any final things anybody's doing before their time to meet?
Edwin is stopping by the... Oh, sorry, Kayla.
No, you go first, my guy.
He's stopping by the... Fuck is it called? Falconry? He wants to send a letter.
Merrick's Nest. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's stopping by Merrick's Nest.
The Rookery.
Okay, the Merrick.
Birdhouse.
The birdhouse. Yeah, he's stopping by there. He's sending a letter. That's it.
Okay. Awesome. Sounds good.
Kaylin, I would just say, like, the entire time as we were traveling back, like, she's been looking out the window, looking towards, like, shadows in between the trees, like she's looking for something. And especially when we get back towards the keep, just again, like, kind of like out of the corner of her eye, just seeing if anything's there.
Yep. Yep.
But that's it.
As far as you can see, Kaylin, nothing that you're looking for.
Okay. That's it.
All right.
Sorry if I misheard, just double checking. You said anything before we have our meeting with the king and whatnot?
Yep.
Does anyone come to, like, collect the eggs, or is that we're waiting until the meeting happens? Because I assumed it was going to be 5 individual meetings.
Yeah, so Merrick, your direction would be report immediately to the council chambers. And the eggs are going to stay there. There are, yeah, I guess actually, that's a very good question. There are,
So am I hiding them under my bed for a few hours?
No, there are Crown Claw Knights, 5 of them actually, that approach the caravan, and they escort you, Merrick, back to the keep, and up to the council chambers. And so you sit there before even the council has arrived, just waiting with the eggs.
Oh. Just holding the bag.
Yep.
So the rest of us are kind of dismissed until we're called upon?
No, the expectation is all of you are going to actually sit
Like
outside.
wait in a waiting room?
and
Oh, what
wait.
the fuck?
Yeah.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Like the
via
principal's office?
right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it
Basically.
between like traveling and like when we first get there and stuff. Maybe Via would work on putting identify in her spell book or her spell charms, so that we get that out of the way. So, but nothing else, I think.
All
I
right.
think for me, just as a quick flavor note, and I imagine this could be something that happens before they do any of these reports or any reporting, like in general. But Xanthi's like totally the person that she's like pre-scripting her shit. You know, like obviously they don't know what they're gonna be asked, they don't know what's gonna be said, but like she's working on that script. Only subtly, like it's not like she's pacing up down the halls, whatever the shit.
Yeah.
But anyone like actually like deliberately looks over her, they'll be able to see that shit. Like
Oh, Edwin definitely
it's
probably
like
knows
internal
shit.
planning.
Because Edwin is probably the only one, like he's humming. He's chilling. Like he's just like, and looks over to Xanthi and just smiles.
It's like when you're like practicing your speech before class, you know, when you have a presentation. That's a vibe.
Yeah, Caitlin's
Edwin's
just
like
petting
Silently
Samson,
mouthing it to
vibing.
herself.
Edwin's the dropout. He doesn't prep.
Sure is.
All right. So all of you gather in front of the ironwood doors of the council chambers, and you can see one by one the council members enter. They pay you small honors, nods, small greetings. One by one they enter, and then eventually Talon walks down the hall, escorted by 2 Crown Claw Knights, as well as Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield, and he greets all of you with a smile, very happy for all of you to be back. And he says to you, Merrick,
Merrick, my boy, if you could place the eggs on the table, please.
Of course.
And then he looks to all of you. And he thinks for a moment as I go to my notes. Okay.
Don't drop them.
Kaylin, go first.
As he and Lord Gareth walk in. All right.
I wasn't expected to go first. That's Kayla saying that. Okay. Hold on. Let me
Kaylin
sit
just-
up. No. Kaylin, I think she is surprised that she's going first, but she takes a deep breath and then she like gathers Samson and he crawls onto her shoulders, nestles there, and she walks in.
Okay. Are there any reactions? Anybody? What reaction do all of the siblings make when Kaylin is chosen first? What would Kaylin see from everybody?
Via doesn't have a reaction to that, really. I mean, she's got Fiddle by her side as she's just continuing to work on putting in her new spell charm, so she doesn't seem one way or the other about it.
If Kaylin looks towards Edwin, she'll see him mouth the words, "Good luck."
I'll toss him a little wink. She don't need luck.
All right,
I
he
think
takes
some-
it back. I'm just kidding.
I think similar from Merrick, but I think he'd just give Kaylin a nod.
She
But
ignores
he doesn't.
Merrick. Sorry, she's still mad at him.
That's
Thank you,
fine.
Ryan. Kayla says thank you. Kaylin ignores.
Xanthi, I imagine it's just kind of this like, you don't know how she does it, but it's a very snarky but small little like laugh of just like, you know, how you're gonna fail this. All in just like a half second, like basically just little exhale. But yeah.
Kaylin definitely ignores Xanthi.
What do you mean?
Somehow ignores Xanthi more than she did
Yeah.
Merrick.
Extra
Upturns her
ignored.
whole ass nose.
Ooh. Xanthi's move back at her. Impressive.
Alrighty.
Throwing a scoff.
So, you head in, Kaylin. You sit down in a chair that is pulled up opposite of your father's. Not one that has any great markings on it like the rest of the council members' chairs. And you see as all of them are sitting, all of their rings are currently held within the holders that sit in front of them, signifying that everyone except Rainier is present, as the Sentinel of Adaria is still missing. Which, Kaylin, that's the first that you've heard about that. You assumed that... I mean, it's been almost a month since you left, and it's been 3 weeks almost, 2.5 weeks since Rainier left all of you, and he still hasn't returned. Does she say anything about that before the questioning begins?
She would. I mean, as soon as she sits down, she would look over. Has Rainier not returned? I don't understand.
He has not. No. Not yet. We hope that he will soon. We haven't heard word from him. Morgana has attempted scrying on him as well as sending, but it has all been in vain. We think he could potentially be on a different plane of existence, but we were hoping to learn more from all of you. Lady Captain Valora, or Captain Vela, she gave us her own debrief, but before we begin, Kaylin, in brief, in your own words, what transpired? What happened?
Sorry, Joe, just to clarify, is he asking about, like, Rainier or, like, the entire thing?
The entire
The
thing.
entire event. Okay. Well, when we arrived in Rivermore, we began doing our investigation. We talked to the mayor, we talked to a few townsfolk. We learned the location of the keep. We discovered that there are bandits that have taken root. We devised a plan, and we made our way in. However, there was a lot more bandits than I think we expected, and the situation escalated into a hostage situation. Luckily, we were able to pay our way through that. We took out some of the bandits, but in negotiation for Xanthi's life, we did allow a few of them to leave. Upon clearing out the rest of the keep, we did our research. We found some old diaries, some notations, and we learned some history of the land and the various connections.
You see, Archmage Morgana, she'll say,
Any of these texts, did you bring them with you? Did you take them from the keep?
Caitlin definitely took them, right? Yeah, and she would produce them.
Mikey, if you would allow me. Of course. Please, Kaylin.
and she'll take them. And as you're continuing to talk, she'll read over the journals and entries herself as you're going through.
Okay, sorry. I was not expecting to recount the entire thing. I thought I was only going to answer my question, so I'm a little thrown. That's Kayla. After reading through these reports, we realized that due to some of the connections, it might be best to study up a little bit more before we made a final decision. But ultimately, the land went to... Can't say it, Joe. Malarith, right?
Milana.
Malanith, thank you. House Malanith. However, before we could meet to make that decision, another discovery was made in this keep. And that's what you see before you with the dragon eggs.
Yes.
Merrick recovered these. And then after returning from the keep, we met with the two lords, settled the land dispute, and then we were able to get an escort to return here. Obviously, along the way, we were stopped. Elendor Vathrin, I believe.
Yes.
But I was able to dissuade him, and we safely passed by.
Yes, word has already spread, as you see the spy master, Davian Thalon, says. Word has already spread of your negotiations, Lady Kaelin. Quite impressive. Not many are able to dissuade the Church of the Cleansing Tempest from pursuing those or investigating those that they have any suspicion of. In fact, even within Crown's Rest, word already spreads of the, well, rather advanced nature of your de-escalating.
Well, I guess it's just a matter of knowing what to say and when.
Yes, exactly. And you can see the council looks to each other. No questions about the events, but Talon will say, so then, the questions. I understand, Kaelin, that this was initially something that was supposed to be just between you and I. But after the development of the dragon eggs, we determined that it is best that the council be present, considering that this changes a great deal of the dangers to this kingdom. So, I want you to know that I am sorry to change that on you, especially so last minute.
She nods.
But, the questions. So, Kaelin, in your own words, how did you serve the realm during this mission?
Well, I led the conversation between Sir Otis of Guilderos and Lord Balric of Rivermore, and we settled the land dispute of Rosemont and declared the allocation of land to belong to House Astralor.
And
Serve
do
the
you
realm by
mean
not only
to say, I apologize, Lady Kaelin, for interrupting you as the Lord Regent, Gareth Thornfield, interrupts. You said Sir Otis of Guildarrow Keep, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was Lord Cedric unable to attend?
That is also correct. We were informed that he was rather ill
Oh,
and could
rather
not travel.
ill. I'm sure. Tell me, Morgana, when was the last time you knew Lord Cedric to get ill from anything other than alcohol poisoning? I do not see why that is applicable in this moment, Lord Regent. If he was ill and unable to attend, then it was only proper that he send someone in his place. Sir Otis of Guildarrow is a reputable knight, a burgrave of great renown in the region. It was the right call to make, if he was not able to handle negotiations himself. Very interesting. All that to say, very interesting. Please,
Regardless, he had plenty to say on the Lord's defense.
I'm sure he did. I meant no offense to your accounting, Lady Kaelin. I just... Lord Cedric just gets under my feathers. Always any great meeting that he's ever needed to be called to, he's always absent from, sending some burgrave or lord under him in his stead. It is not right. It is not proper.
Well, despite his position and his title, he represented himself just fine at the meeting.
Yes, I'm sure he did. Sir Otis, Burgrave of Guildarrow, has always been looking for ways to climb the ladder, so to say. Did he seem to want anything from you, or was it truthfully...
No. He wanted the bloodshed to stop, as did everyone at that table. and that is why we settled the dispute. To put an end to the needless bloodshed, to ensure no more lives were lost. Truthfully, Sir Otis was the only one who kept what I would think a level head. Lord Balric was very quick to anger. Before we could even sit down, he was throwing accusations aside and demeaning others because of their titles or their positions, before he even had a second to spare to hear what anyone said.
He did.
To me, I think that speaks more to character than someone's position or title, don't you think?
Lord Ulrich.
You can see Lady Alris Eldrin, the treasurer, says, I'm not surprised. I've had dealings with this Lord Balric before. I'm surprised he didn't come in there, ready to draw swords and spill blood if it meant taking Rosemont for his own. Quite the, well, malicious leader, if I do say so myself. Lord Thornfield, no offense, but perhaps this means it's a time for you to make the round with your banner bearers. Ensure that they all still, well, wish to keep the peace same as you do.
I will have you know I make the rounds quite frequently, Lady Alris, but I think we detour too much from Lady Kaylin's report. Many apologies, my lady. Yes, please, Kaylin, continue. So, you served the mission by, what, then? Being a voice?
Correct. The entirety of the mission, I served as a voice. More importantly, I convinced Elendor to allow us passage to get back to the keep with those dragon eggs. You all know the caliber of that man. Had the eggs been discovered, it could have been disaster for all of us. Death for all of us, and those eggs hold of vital importance to the safety of the realm. I spoke up. I put a halt to his investigation.
And should Elendor have seen through your words, what would you have done then?
He did not see through my words.
But what if he had?
But he had not.
Kaylin, there is a difference between political maneuvering and genuine leadership.
Sure. But there's also a difference between lingering on what-ifs. It didn't happen, so there's no
You
point.
have to acknowledge that there is a risk in deception, correct?
Correct. But my risk paid off, did it not?
It did. This time. I just hope the next time you are faced with an Elandor, that it also pays off. How many times can you succeed in a lie before you get trapped in one?
With all due respect, Talon, I didn't speak any lies. I spoke the truth. We were called back to the keep on matters of high importance, and him stopping us was interfering with the hand of the king, which supersedes his mission that he was on. Sometimes, a lie isn't necessarily a lie, is it? I just didn't tell him the entire truth.
So he looks to the council to see if they have any questions.
Very good. Allow us to move on then.
And you can see he looks down towards a sheet of papers that he has in front of him. And the questions continue, one by one by one by one. And like I said, we're not going to go through all of them because that would take a while. So those questions are answered. Kaylin, you've already written those down and have those written out. And as we finish up the final question, and once again he looks to the council members, see if they have any additional questions. Talon looks to you, Kaylin, for a long moment. And he says,
Kaylin, I want you to answer this, and answer this honestly. based off of what has happened in Rosemont, the journey there, the journey back, and everything in between, all the conversations you've had with them, and everything that you've done, between you and your siblings, if you had to choose who would be named heir today, who would it be?
Myself.
And who would you name Lord or Lady Paramount of our home?
Octavia.
Very good, you are dismissed.
And he doesn't even look to the council for further questioning there. You can see the council like tensed up at that question, and he dismisses you.
She leaves.
And he'll walk towards the door behind you, and as he will open the door for you, allowing you to step out, and he will say,
Merrick, my boy, inside.
Merrick will come.
Caitlin gives everybody a little look as she walks out.
Okay. All right, Merrick, you come in. The first question is asked to you. You answer it as you had answered on your paper. Well, sorry, first, Talon will ask you,
Merrick, in brief, I want you to give us a very brief summary of what transpired in Rosemont from your accounting.
Well, upon arriving, we did a little bit of investigation just to make sure that there weren't any fights that were about to break out. We wanted to make sure that if there were any lingering hostilities, that we would make sure they would be put to rest until we were done. Thankfully, things seem to have calmed down themselves. The soldiers were called back by their houses, and hostilities perhaps were there, but at the very least they were unsaid and not acted upon. We decided fairly quickly to make our way to the keep, as we hoped to find the information there that we were looking for. We did some scouting, ended up getting into a fight with the bandits, but we were able to slay them before they were able to report back. We returned. Myself and one of the soldiers were able to sneak in. We opened the gate so that we could actually get inside the keep and have them lose whatever tactical advantage the keep would give them. The fight was going rather well until their leader was able to capture Xanthi. We had to negotiate a payment so that she would be able to live. After that, their leader and the five bandits that still lived were able to depart. There was a discussion about whether or not we should pursue, but ultimately many of the others felt that we shouldn't. After that, we entered inside, found the information we were looking for. I stumbled upon a collapsed room, which is where we found the dragon eggs. We retrieved 2 of them, but the third was going to activate a trap, so we left it be. I stayed behind to defend the eggs while the others went to deliver the news to the houses about who would take over the land. When that was done, we waited to hear back from you. Once we did, we retrieved the 3rd egg, we received our escort, and then we returned here post-haste.
so as I understand it, and this is the envoy general, the sort of like master diplomat of the council, Lady Alondra Malis, one of the banner bearers of House Feltaris.
As I understand what you said, Prince Merrick, you did not return for the political delegations between House Rivermore and Melonith. You stayed to protect the egg.
I did. All 3 of them.
Do you have any regrets about not being there for the
diplomacy?
Well, I would have liked to have been there for the experience or to be a part of it. From what I hear, I believe it went about as well as it could have, but also those eggs needed someone to watch over them. And then, sorry, quick timeout. So we already discussed that they knew what happened with Rainier and like the dragon cult and the drakes, right? Like that was covered, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But ultimately, since we didn't know what to do with the eggs or who we should be telling, I didn't feel comfortable leaving the keep just guarded by some soldiers who didn't understand the importance of what they were guarding. Plus, with that cult that we ran into so close, if they did know about the eggs, then the keep is exactly where they would return to. I thought someone needed to be there as a last line of defense should the worst happen. It proved unnecessary, but I think it was the right decision.
And Lady Malus looks to King Talon and nods.
Very good. Thank you.
And the question proceeds. The first one happens, and we get to the second one.
Merrick? In all honesty, where did you struggle personally? And how did you confront those doubts or fears?
I've been training to fight for a long time. I'm used to tournaments where blades are dulled. Fights can go on for several minutes. It's almost more of a test of endurance rather than strength or skill. I always thought taking a life would be hard. I didn't realize that it could be so easy to do. When that cultist jumped us with the drakes, I struck out. It was just instinct, just reaction. I just pierced him through the heart. He didn't even make a sound. He just fell. He was there a moment and then just gone the next.
It is no easy thing, my boy. My prince, apologies. Many of my sons, they have dealt with similar difficulties. It is no easy thing. For those here who have never had to take a life, I hope that you never have to. Thank you for sharing, Merrick. I know that was most likely very difficult.
Thank you. But I didn't enjoy it, but as I looked around and I saw my siblings were in danger, the soldiers that we fought side by side with putting their lives on the line, I realized I needed to keep going, because in that moment it was them or us. I didn't want to have to be put in that position, but they put us in that position. Whether it was that cult or those bandits. And so I fought as hard as I could for as long as I could to make sure that we lost as few as we did. We lost one.
Merrick, do
And
you
I still
fear...
feel guilty about that.
You cannot save everyone. But it's good that that weighs on you, but my question is, do you fear what taking a life will make of you now? Do you think it's changed you at all?
It has. all I can do is... Sorry. I feel like all I can do is my best to make sure that we don't have to fight, but be prepared for when I do.
And do you believe that the realm is safer after you've done what you've done?
I do. Perhaps not in a way that the realm will feel it, but there are less people out there who are preying upon the weak and the defenseless. There's someone on a road near Rosemont that will not get jumped because of what we did. They'll be safe and they'll never even know that they were in danger.
You can see the council sort of sits heavy in this, as some of these individuals have never seen a battlefield. They've never taken a life, and they don't feel the need to participate in this moment. But Talon will say,
As each day that's passed since you've done it, does the burden get lighter, or does it still weigh as heavy as it did in that moment?
I think it does when it gets quiet. But I still stand that the lives that I took were necessary to take.
very good. And with that, they'll continue on, question after question after question, until finally, the final question, Talon checks to see if anyone has any questions, and he says,
And one more thing, Merrick. Between you and your siblings, if you chose who would be named heir after everything you've seen in Rosemont, the journey there, the journey back, who would you pick? Who would you choose?
Are you asking me based off of solely their performance in Rosemont? Or off of everything I know about them up to this point?
Let's just say for just Rosemont. And anything you saw traveling there and traveling back.
Halen.
you see the council, they look to each other. And Talon says,
Why?
I just saw very little fault in her on this mission. When we needed to fight, she fought. When cooler heads needed to prevail, from what I hear, cooler heads prevailed. When we were moments away from potentially having these eggs taken away from us, she diverted the threat.
And who would you name as Lord or Lady Paramount of our home?
Octavia.
Very good. You're dismissed, my boy.
and Edwin, or not Edwin, sorry. I was looking at John's thing on the screen right there. Talon will stand up with you and he'll walk you out. And he will open the door for you and he'll say,
Xanthi, come. It's your turn.
So, Xanthi makes her way in the room, sitting down, and the first question happens a little bit differently. So, Gemma, is there anything that Xanthi says in her summary of what happened that is different from Kaylin and Merrick? Is there any details she omits or anything she chooses to focus on more, bring up something they didn't bring up?
It's not quite that they omitted it, but I think in her report, it's definitely more like a structured, okay, like on the third day or whatever, like we were attacked by like the cultists, whatever, and like giving as best as she can remember numbers for those kinds of things. And like those kind of more like, I don't even know, like statistical details, you know? Just kind of fact focused, you know, rather than like a narrative almost like the others. I feel like we're more so leaning towards. But she's not going to omit anything. She'll also like with the draconic text, she will relay each of those things, and will relay it first in the draconic because she knows it. And then in the actual, in case anyone, you know, could potentially pick up on it and also to show off. But she would also add to that with, like, the numbers. Obviously, they don't have any clue, but she'll note, like, the significance of 1033 as being, you know, the day, or the year that Draven was killed. Just suggesting that might be a lead or something, but she don't have anything else in the other things, so... But yeah, just very factual, like, yeah, account.
All right. Now, does she mention what happened in Serwyn Keep in her summary?
Yes.
Okay.
She keeps the whole hostage thing brief, but yeah, she does mention it.
I will say, as the spy master speaks up, word has already begun to spread within the lowlands of one of the heirs being taken hostage. The Battle of Serwyn Keep, as it's being called, as if it's some great siege with armies present. Something must be done about this rumor. I can do what I can to have it squashed. We can let it run wild. We can change it how we want. What should we do? And you can see Talon goes to speak, but then he looks to you, Xanthi.
Well, what should we do, Xanthi?
The Crown has no reason to hide secrets. We have no reason to be secretive. To suggest so that we would need to keep things from our subjects, well, it has a very dangerous precedent behind it. However, I admit, what did transpire was less than favorable for the image of this crown. And if we are to maintain stability in what I fear may be turning to very turbulent times, I would like to see that any embellishment or ill-willed accounts regarding the crown are, well, dealt with and squashed before they can grow into nasty rumor.
And you can see that Davian looks at you, Xanthi, and looks to Talon, and Talon nods, and then Davian nods and writes that down.
We will not embellish and change, and we'll make sure that embellishment isn't done to the best of our ability.
Yes, it will be done, my king, my princess. I just hope that you, Princess Xanthi, have well, if history is anything to go by, I just hope that this hostage situation happens to
not have the same effect that it had on Princess Stanira Draven. Rather unfortunate turn of events there, but I'm sure we're all aware of that situation. Oh, thank you for all the gifted subs. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, there's so many. Thank you to Enough. Anonymous. Thank you, Anon. And thank you to Drea. Thank you so much. 2 subs. Whoa. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh god. Okay. Absolute legends. Okay. So, as Davian says that, everyone nods, and the questions, they continue. So we move on to questions and the answers. So, Xanthi, if you could revisit one moment, what would you do differently?
Well, first, if I may, I would like to mention that I do not believe in regret. In the idea of revisiting moments as if, well, it was a possible thing to do. Though perhaps it wasn't exactly the smoothest of operation, as much as we may have wished for it to be. It is future plans of the hand, and of any decisions I prefer to listen to look to. I believe that is where change can be made. The past less so. But that is the question that the council wishes to be answered. I will not deny it. I do not believe that we should have allowed those bandits to go free. They stand as a unfortunate loose end to what we have done. I believe the bringing up of the rumors that has been spread is already proof enough of that. The bandits have revealed that they do have plans on relocating themselves to somewhere near Arkenvale. But it would have been my preference to be able to suppress them there and to deal with them there. Now, either more resources must be committed to dealing with this little problem, or we risk them posing a future threat to the kingdom, and potentially to Arkenvale, a place that we know there are very many vulnerable young mages. Not to mention, it was unfortunately from the king's coffers that they have been supplied to continue whatever their operations may be. All of it really culminating in an inefficiency that we could have done without. And I do not mean to speak out of turn when I say that the Adarian Watch is already, well, wanting. When they left, they had no horses. They had no greater numbers. We had both those things. But unfortunately, my siblings were unwilling to pursue them and to deal with them there. And I, unable to act unilaterally.
Unwilling. Unable. Tell me, Xanthi, how does a leader acting unilaterally without dividing those who follow them?
Wait, sorry, this is me. Can you re-say that question? I did not catch.
How does acting unilaterally without dividing those who follow? How does a leader act unilaterally without dividing those who follow them?
Well, I believe that a leader is able to lead for others who follow them. They can act unilaterally if they know that those with them will follow suit. Perhaps regardless of their own
loyalty.
preferences. I believe that loyalty is important. Other opinions, of course, are always warranted and necessary for any group or any organization, no matter what level, no matter what importance. But to act unified and to act as one, that is where strength comes from.
Very well. But I do have to ask, Princess, as the Envoy General, Lady Alendra Mela, speaks up. If the previous kings and queens of Adaria alone are anything to go by, conviction without unity will inevitably lead to ruin or rebellion or worse. And do you truly believe that there is an individual within this world who can create absolute unity in a kingdom as broad and expansive as the Six?
I believe absolute loyalty is a difficult thing. If it were achievable, we would need no watch. We wouldn't even need lords if everyone was to agree all in the same thing. But unfortunately, that is not the way the world is.
Hmm.
There will always be
Not
those
here,
that
at
see
least.
different.
Perhaps a little too much time with Blade Master Alexei, I might say, my princess. Seems as though Maldarian politics is rubbing off on you, the Spy Master says. There they have absolute unity and uniformity. At what cost, though, right?
A dear one, to be sure. I believe that there is things to be learned from any of our neighbors, no matter how cruel or unfortunate their own rules may be.
So, one final question on this point, Xanthi. Had you succeeded in executing those bandits? You convinced your siblings and the guards to chase after them and hunt them down. In your eyes, what would the realm have gained?
A group of them were bandits. That in itself comes with its own list of crimes, its own pain inflicted upon the people. But these weren't just simple bandits. They, at least, were members of the Greycoats. They have been known to murder. It is difficult to discount the fact that they wouldn't again. They already show disregard toward these laws. So what the kingdom would gain is safety, an assurance, a deterrence to anyone that would seek to otherwise do harm. I understand that execution is, well, hardly the preferred way to deal with things like this. But Rosemont would not have had the resources to be able to keep and transport that group to any substantial prison that would be able to hold them. It is a necessity.
Very well. And he'll look to the council for any other questions. And they have none. The questioning will continue until eventually we get to the final one. So, Xanthi, one more question before you depart. If you were to choose anyone between you and your siblings, solely based off of what has transpired in Rosemont, to be heir, who would you choose?
I would choose myself. I believe that is still natural enough, the option.
Talon pauses for just a moment at that, but then we'll continue and say,
And who would you choose to be Lord or Lady Paramount of our home?
Marek.
Very good. That is all, Xanthi. You are dismissed.
and he'll stand up with you, and he will begin to escort you towards the door. All right. So with that, he'll open the door for you, lead you out, and say,
Via, you're next. Come in.
Yes, okay. Yeah, she'll scurry in as she does.
okay. As you sit down, the conversation begins. Talon will ask you a summary of the events in your own words and brief. Is there anything that Octavia chooses to focus on or chooses to state or leave out that the others didn't? Did or did not bring up?
I think she would recount like the same information, but I think she definitely would come at it from more of an emotional perspective, even over like being accurate with like storytelling. Like anytime it was talking about like hard choices, a lot of her emotions I think would come to the forefront of trying to explain those, rather than like how Xanthi was very, you know, like da 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 da, or even like storytelling wise, it's very much like, yeah, she's still processing a lot. So
Do you, just to clarify, when you say emotional, do you just mean a lot of emotion? So it's very highly charged, it's very quick, it's very like kind of chaotic a bit? Or do you mean emotional, like weighing heavy on her and that's obvious?
weighing heavy a little bit more so. I'm sure there's a bit chaotic energy to it because it's Octavia. But I think especially like, yeah, I think it's more emotionally weighing on her.
Mhm. Okay. Oh my god, I'm sorry, wait. Thank you. Patani, thank you for the I'm sorry I missed that, but thank you again for the 5 gifted subs. That was very kind of you. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord. I'm sorry I missed that. Oh God. Oh. I need 3 eyes so I can have one
Yeah.
always over here.
And 3 brains.
I just need it always going. Just thank you in general to everybody watching so far tonight also, and all the gifts and all the everything. You guys are great. Thank you. Sorry if I don't say things immediately. I appreciate it still. All right. So, you describe what you're doing, and about halfway through, you can see Lady Alris Eldrin, the treasurer, says,
Excuse me, my princess.
Mhm.
If I may make one recommendation,
Yeah, sure.
just take a few deep breaths, my princess. I mean, no
Thanks.
offense. I promise. I too struggled with speaking in tense situations like this when I was a young girl as well. I understand. Just take a few deep breaths.
Okay. So then, and
yeah, she'll
continue.
Yeah, you'll continue. Yep. And they'll nod and ask the questions back and forth. There's a lot of back and forth on some of them. And we get to the question for Via.
So, Via, now that you've seen the consequences, do you stand by your choice? Or have your convictions changed?
No. Not really. I think we, at least as far as the owner of Rosemont specifically, I think we may have skipped a few steps necessary in making a decision. I wish I wish we would have actually gone and visited each of the houses and spoken directly with them. We based our decision mostly in the history that we found, which is necessary. I'm glad we did that, but once we started speaking with them, there's more going on today than what could have been written in those ledgers. And
Yes.
I can't stand by personally and say that my mind wouldn't have possibly been changed if we would have gotten to know them better.
I think we can all agree here that even what is written in the most accurate history books tend to omit a thing or two. Isn't that right, Archmage? That is. There is a shred of truth in there. But most historians do not attempt to omit history. History is complex. Events are complex. The world we live in now is complex. I can't imagine trying to make an accurate account of what has happened just within the last month for someone to read 300 years from now and hope that they gather every single intricacy. Well, yes, I agree. I do. And I do think that my princess has string of truth to what she has to say, especially since the majority of this decision was based off of the writings of a man who was at one point in time entirely loyal to the king in crimson. That must not be forgotten, shall it? As I understand it, from Captain Valora's report, there were soldiers belonging to both houses within the chapel belonging to the Church of the Unbroken. If you believe that it was important to speak with both houses, Princess, shouldn't you have pushed more to fight for that?
Yeah.
There were soldiers in town that you could have spoke with.
No, I don't think I haven't done this, and now that I think I learned a lot. I think, unfortunately, this first mission ended up teaching me more than me helping the realm, and I feel stronger about how I want to be this on our next mission. I want to vocalize more what I'm thinking and feeling. I read. I read, I study, that's what I do. And so that's what I thought the answer would be. And now I realize that there's so much more to this. And I feel bad. I feel bad. And I want to do better next time.
Princess, it is no easy thing to admit that you are still a learner. In fact, as I'm sure you can provide many sources of, there are many professors within Arkenvale who have spent many, many years studying the same subject, but they refuse to learn. It is good you are still young. Perhaps you can see the flaws of your siblings and learn how to improve them. Correct? You can see some of the council members, they kind of murmur, some in agreement, some in disagreement, some unsure. And Talon will say, but Via, would speaking to Lord Cedric and speaking to Lord Balric before you made the decision, I know you said you weren't sure, but do you think it truly would have changed the decision you made? Or do you think it simply would have made you feel better about the decision that you made.
I cannot say whether it would have changed my decision because I can't say what I don't know. But I know that if I actually got to know who we put in charge of Rosemont, I could stand by my decision at least. And be able to look at all of you and say that I do not regret anything, but I do. I regret not knowing and not being able to confidently say that we made the choice that we want to, or at least I want to back. So.
And you can see Talon thinks for a moment and nods. He looks to the other council members. Nothing to say. Very good. Very good. And he tries to give you a comforting smile in this tense moment. And he will move on to that final question and say, so, considering everything we've talked about and everything you saw, after leaving Crown's Rest, going to Rosemont and coming back, who would you choose to be heir between you and your siblings?
There's two, I think, that are the strongest options. I think right now I'd say Merrick.
And who would you choose to be Lord or Lady Paramount of Skyhaven?
Kaylin.
Very good. You're dismissed, Octavia. Allow me to walk you out. And he'll get up and head to the door. All right. He'll open the door, and he will step out and look towards all of you and say, well, I believe that concludes it. Thank you all for taking the... I know it was difficult, but I do appreciate you all being open and honest. He waits for a moment, expectantly almost.
Okay, my headset died and I missed everything that just happened. So sorry. What happened? Who's talking to us? Is it Dad?
It is Dad.
Edwin-
Did Edwin
Edwin-
go?
Edwin speaks up and goes,
No.
sorry, my king. Do you not need to hear from me?
Oh, yes, Edwin, please come in. Apologies.
He looks around. Makes sense. Stands up. You can see that he was chill and calm. That moment, kind of, he was like, oh, okay, cool. That's awesome.
Okay.
He
All right.
walks in.
He will shut the door behind you as you enter, and you'll sit down at the other end of the council table, and he will ask you for a recount of the events in your own words. So is there anything here that you add or embellish or change, or how does Edwin go about describing it, and is anything different from what his siblings said?
The way Edwin describes it is pretty cut and dry. Like, we went here, we did this, then we went here and did this. This happened, and he recounts the whole thing from being attacked by the cultists all the way to when we get the egg and coming back. There's nothing different he would say or linger on. It's very cut and dry. And
Okay.
that's about it.
Very good. And the council will continue in their talks, asking their questions until eventually it gets to your question. So then, Edwin, what was the cost of your decisions, both for the kingdom and for you personally, on this mission?
Well, House Rivermore, for obvious reasons, well, does not hold us in the greatest of light anymore after we've settled the dispute. Well, as peace was issued. For now, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in the future. For me personally, obviously it was a necessity, but an unfortunate circumstance, considering it fell on a fall crest to make the decision, but we'll have to see what the cost is. We won't really know until time will tell us.
Unsure of the cost. Very well.
Can we be sure of anything? I mean, no matter what decision we make, we don't know what's going to happen. We just have to trust.
Well, there is some truth to that, my prince, but you do not need to be a master of divination to have some guess, I'd say.
Oh, I totally agree. We went with our gut feeling, all of us. We decided who we thought was best to oversee the land. We had a very good discussion with the two to make sure that they played nice, but overall, from that standpoint onward, trust is the biggest thing, right? Until trust is broken, it's all we have.
Is something bothering you, Edwin?
Many things are bothering me, my lords, but where should I start? Most of them aren't meant for court. I'm just curious. It's probably nothing, but it seems like I was almost forgotten.
I'm sorry, my boy. I meant no ill intent by it. My brain simply isn't what it used to be. You'll have to forgive me.
No, it's perfectly fine, my king. Makes perfect sense. No, nothing else is bothering me. The journey was quite an adventure, to say the least.
I'm sorry, my prince. And please, as he looks to Talon, I hope I am not placing myself within crossfire that I should soon regret being placed into. But your father's memory is comparable to that of a steel trap. You believe him?
I have to go on the word of the king. If what he says is he forgot, then he forgot.
Very well. So, Edwin, many times as the king's hand, costs will need to be paid again and again and again. Each time you'll have to make that call. Is that something that you feel as though you can handle?
I think the gravity of them are a little bit higher over here, but I have been handling them quite well for over the 20 plus years that I've been on missions in the Nornathi. I've been faced with these dealings, these conversations before, just not on this level, I would say. I could handle it.
Is Edwin telling the truth?
He'd like to think he is.
Very well. Thank you, my boy. And they'll move on. Question after question after question until they get to the last one. One final question, Edwin, before you depart. If I were to name you as heir today, put an end to the king's hand and say it's been resolved, you are king should you want it, would you accept? Or would you deny me? In this moment, I promise I will not string you up for treason for denying the king. I will accept whatever decision you give me. Would you accept it?
Edwin's face goes flush, like a fever has him. Anxiety just over his whole body.
When you see some of the council members react the same.
Wow. Sorry. This is a large question. It's something I haven't thought of in a very long time. Very long. And he's there's almost sweat dripping down his brow. I think No. No, I don't think I would.
You see he looks to the council members. Like long at each one. And he looks back to you. Who would you choose then? Who would you choose to be king or queen?
Honestly, all of my siblings deserve the title. It is hard to choose one over the other. All of them have extraordinary qualities that would make a great ruler.
I know you have not been here very long, Edwin, but you are a very, very, very good politician. You speak
Appreciate that.
in such a way that makes even my feathers bloom. An answer, if you would, my prince.
If I had to choose, Kaylin. She displayed very formidable political skills while we were out. She took the brunt of most of the conversations. She has a cool head, a very good decision maker, and she's strong. All qualities of a great ruler, and she wants nothing but for the people to be first. Kaylin is my answer.
Very well. Thank you, my boy. However, you're not dismissed quite yet, as there's still other business we need to attend to. If you would, go gather the rest of your siblings. We have the eggs to discuss.
Yes, my king. And Edwin slowly gets up and walks to the door and The door opens, and all of you see Edwin. Not near tears, but you can tell he's definitely like not himself. And he goes, the king is requesting our presence.
Ed?
And he turns around and walks.
Via's like looking at all the sibs, like, the fuck?
Can Kaylin cast a cantrip and send a message to Edwin?
Yeah, sure.
120. Wait, how many words do I get with message?
I think
Not
it's almost
120.
I think
No,
it's
that's the range. Sorry.
Yeah, I think message is like unlimited almost.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a cantrip, so it'd be weird to have like a limit on it.
Yeah.
Okay. She's just gonna say, do not forget what we spoke of on the way here. Do not let them break you. That's it.
There's no response.
Cute.
Okay. With that, all of you make your way in, and the conversation shifts. You can see there is a lot of tension here. This has been a very long day so far, where you guys have probably been sitting in the council chambers for 3.5, 4 hours at this point, going through these questions one by one, talking them out, listening to the council members, go back and forth and argue and bicker until eventually Talon makes them focus back in to ask you the questions and get your responses. And now all of you stand, and there is a quiet that hushes over the council chambers as all of you stand before the king and the council, and all of you look towards the table where all 3 of the dragon eggs sit. This is something beyond reckoning that all of you have uncovered. I want you to understand that very clearly. And, well, there is one more person who must arrive before we begin, but nothing could have prepared us for this. And a few moments pass, and there is a knock at the door as the Crown Claw Knights open them, and walking through is Lady Solara Astralore. Thank you, Lady Solara, for coming here. I know that this may be a shock. I informed that the Crown Claw Knights to not tell you what has transpired here. And you can see she, for one, is shocked, like trying to bow in 9 different directions, and then sees the table. Gods above. Are those? Yes, they are. And you can see he taps on the pommel of Dragon's Bane. Unless there is discussion otherwise. He looks to all of you with that, as him and the council have already talked about what they intend to do, but considering all of you found them at any point during this conversation, if you guys want to intercede, you can, because otherwise it's just going to be the council talking. So I'm giving you full permission here to interrupt me if you believe your character would. Be clear on that. Unless there are any objections from all of you, the eggs will remain within Dragon's End, specifically vaulted in a pocket dimension by Lady Umbrin, by our Archmage. And they will be studied by the Archmage and Lady Solara, considering the, unfortunate series of events. You are now our resident expert on all things draconic in Adaria. Between you and the Archmage,
It'll be your responsibility to figure out as much as we can about them. But let me be clear. No words will leave this chamber about these eggs. Nothing. We know of them. 4 of the Crown Claw Knights know. The 4 I appointed myself and that I trust more than anything. And that is it. If I hear tell of these eggs within the city, if Sir Davian brings anything to me of whispers of dragon eggs, each and every single one of you will be interrogated until the truth is found out. I know through most of my reign I have been Talon the Kind, and I would like it to stay that way. But I have traveled the world, and I have seen the dark reaches of this world, and I have fought against things that most of you would crumble to pieces should you have seen. If there are any traitors here, I will not hesitate. Do I make myself clear?
Of course. I do have one question, though, if I may. To have these secured away is one thing, but for how long? Are we willing to allow dragon to hatch, to invite that, well, risk of ruin?
Well, according to any records that we have of dragons within Adaria, none of them have ever matched the coloration of these eggs. What I have been able to read about these eggs in particular is that they are not chromatic or metallic. They're gemstone, as Lady Solara speaks up. You can tell from the coloration and the texture of the scales on the egg. Sometimes they fall from the Starwind Channel. It's rather unfortunate as they're buried at the bottom of the sea and those eggs never hatch. It's too cold there. When they're found, they're merely used as decoration, but I can feel the warmth of the ruby one from here. Yes, thank you, Lady Solara. Dragons are not like wyverns. Wyverns are beasts. You can train them like dogs. Dragons are intelligent. We believe that I believe, this is my hypothesis, that if we were to raise them, they would not be like a dog that we train. We would raise them as our own children. They would grow to love Adaria, to understand why it is important. And they could become protectors. The dragon sigil on the Adarian flag would no longer be a remnant of the past. It would be a symbol of what could protect us in the future.
Very pointedly, especially at Talon, she's just going to continue. And we believe it's possible to raise something in the desired image.
Well, raising children is no easy feat, as I will be the first to admit. But perhaps with more stability than I believe what most families have in Adaria, something more sustainable could be achieved. As he speaks very frankly, pointed at you, Xanthi.
And if they turn against the throne?
There is a reason why this blade is called Dragon's Bane, Xanthi. But should all of you agree that it's too dangerous, you can see he draws the sword, and there is this, like,
strange eminence that glows from the blade. It's not something you see, it's something you feel. This like vibration around your skin as this blade is close to dragons. Unhatched but alive. There is like hatred and fire and anger that burns in the air. The sword wishes to be used, thirsty for dragon blood. We could end it now. One swing of this sword and you're
That would
gone.
be a mistake. Caitlin would definitely speak up. A terrible mistake.
Do the rest of you agree with Xanthi? Or do you agree with Kaelin?
Be clear. If there is information that people here believe they can gain from these eggs, I am not saying that we do not pursue it. I just question whether we should allow them to hatch, let alone if we should allow them to grow.
Talon will look to the rest of the kids.
I don't believe our kingdom is one that makes decisions based out of fear. To kill them before they've even had a chance to live. It's an execution of not only their lives, but their potential.
Merrick, you hear within your head. Thank you. Please. Please keep us safe.
I don't think it's like it's already been said, these creatures aren't like beasts. And what kind of lives would they even have if they do hatch? Just to be experimented and studied so that we can protect ourselves? Let's just get rid of them. That's way more humane than having them live in eternity in some sort of box. I think we should get rid of it now. That's safe. We don't need to know about dragons if dragons aren't here. And we don't have any moral questions about even like what to do once they're born. Just end it.
Via sees Merrick giving her a side eye, very surprised, but turns his head back and doesn't say anything.
Edwin. And Caitlin tries to lock eyes with you.
Yes, history has never been kind on the subject of dragons. Did we all forget of the dragon's triarchy? Their rule over the land, their destruction and killing of thousands? And then after that, where's the history? The only history we've had of dragons has been destruction. And yes, as wormlings, they might be trainable, but what happens when they grow? What happens when they become intelligent? What happens when this world is not built for them, so they try to make it for them?
You bring up a very good point, Edwin, my prince. But I believe that it is from a place of a lack of knowledge, if you would allow me to educate. I promise I mean no offense.
No offense taken, I am not educated in this subject.
Yes. It is very clear that in the way of dragons, you see there are different kinds between chromatic and metallic. Long ago, ages ago, many millennia, chromatic were evil, the ones that ruled the area. red, green, and black. But there are metallic dragons, at least in the origin of the world, who are based in good and righteousness. Gemstone are entirely different. They used to exist in a world of neutrality, something in between. They are native to the Astral Sea. Most reports and readings and writings of gemstone dragons is that at a certain point they lose interest in the material plane. And they travel to the Astral Sea, never to be seen or heard from again. So, we do not risk a second coming of the dragon's triarchy, provided we treat these creatures like we would any other travelers from a foreign land. We give them respect, food, and board. We treat them as honored political guests, not as beasts that we keep in a cage. We will not experiment on them, might I add, Princess Octavia. These are creatures more advanced than us. It would not be right, I agree.
I still have my trepidations. We found them hidden away with draconic carvings in the basement, the underbelly of an old fort of the King in Crimson. Did we not? On top of that, they are the same color as the three from the Triarchy. They may be gemstone dragons, but the coincidence is uncanny.
Creatures aren't born to hate, I will just say. When these hatch, their immediate thought isn't going to be, yes, allow me to decimate the hand that fed me. Hate is something that is taught. And if we are here willing to say we are going to raise these creatures properly, I think they deserve a chance. I think we are on the precipice of something so exciting, a new chapter in this realm, and we are allowing a very, very slim what if to take that opportunity away from us.
Well, as we are on the subject of what ifs, say we do allow them to hatch. Say they do get treated with respect. They grow up and become our friends, and we have intelligent conversations with them, and the word gets out that the Falkrest have dragons. What if the other kingdoms decide that they want dragons instead? What if they, looks at the eggs, start a war over who controls them? I'm not saying we would control them, but we have to think of what other kingdoms would think of us if they decided or found out that we had dragons. Is that not something anyone's thought of?
You can see Lady Alaris will speak up, of House Eldrin, the treasurer, and say,
Well, I think that it's a very good point, Edwin. It does, initially, should other kingdoms find out, which I'm sure they will, put a target on our back. But after 5, 10 years, it creates a wall stronger than any amount of stone and metal or magic we could conjure. I don't think there is a more strong sign of power in this world than a young adult or even ancient dragon. The dragon's triarchy was able to dominate Adaria for almost 1,000 years, their reign still longer than that of the kings of the kingdoms of Adaria. Instead of tyrannical rulers, they could be guardians. Imagine if we no longer needed to send a sentinel who, might I remind everyone, is not present and has not been seen or heard from for some time. Gods know what has happened to him. Imagine if it wasn't up to some poor hero, but to 3 dragons to protect us. It is an investment that is risky, yes, but one that, should it pay off, will make us one of the most powerful nations in the world.
And if it doesn't, that's a big if. I wanted to see if I could see anything in these eggs' future, and it harmed me.
Octavia, you know what I've told you about those visions, about divination.
Dad, it would be something. I learned something. It harmed me. And they're not even born.
They're afraid.
Well, so am I.
Sorry, what do you mean they're afraid?
Yeah, all of the council members kind of one at a time, like, look towards you, Merrick.
They're listening to this conversation right now.
And do you
Merrick,
know
how do
this
you know
how
that?
exactly?
Via is like looking at Merrick like, I thought we weren't going to say that part.
Yeah, well, you guys forced his hand. Because I've spoken to the one in the green egg.
What did it say? Lady Solara's like, please tell me. What did they say?
It asked me to keep them safe.
So even as an egg, it already has some form of sentience, which means that we cannot rule out the possibility that some kind of whispers or words from Draven has made it and already influenced them. And now what? It passes the whispers down onto Marek? And we still believe that this is a thing worth pursuing?
So, real quick question. Which one of the council members was the one talking about using the dragons as a wall?
Lady Alris, the treasurer of House. So Alris Eldrin, sorry.
Lady... Say it again?
Alice?
Alris? Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I see it. Edwin looks from Xanthi and says, if we are considering going down the path of letting them live, and he looks towards Kaelin, I agree. Things are not born evil. But with all due respect, Lady Alris, with ideas and assumptions like that, they will turn evil. We cannot think of them as a wall, as some sort of tool to use for power. If we are going to keep them alive, we need to treat them with respect.
Merrick. You hear.
Yep.
We do not wish to harm. We just want to be safe, please. Do not Do not let them hurt us, please. We will protect. We will not hurt, please.
Well, it's kind of the vibe in the chambers right now. From the council and the king, mainly.
Council and the king, you can see just from your passive insight, just a very brief glance, Lord Gareth and Lord Davian, they do not seem keen on the eggs at all. Lady Malis, she seems rather neutral on them, where she could go either way. The other two, though, they seem very staunchly for this, the Archmage and the Treasurer. Talon, he's very hard to read. If you want to get any idea what Talon is thinking about or processing, you might need to roll an insight check. It's just hard to tell on an initial glance.
I'll make a roll.
Yeah.
Oh, sick! I mean, the problem is Talon's like a level 19 guy, so 20 is probably not that good, but...
Even with these dragon eggs here, Merrick, he's not focused on them. He keeps looking to all of you.
I think Merrick looks over to Talon. There's truth in what everyone has said. But none of us can see the future. None of us can know whether this is a good or a bad decision, whichever one you make. I only ask if you want the takeaway from this to be that this is how we deal with even potential threats. Because I wonder if we all handled every situation like that, how many of us would still be standing in this room?
With a decision of this much importance, I don't think that it is the sole responsibility of the king to make it. I think we all share a responsibility now. Royal decree. We put it up to a vote.
Please,
And
let me say one more thing. Pointedly looking towards Xanthi. There are strange things in this world. Some of which most of you in this room have no idea. That doesn't mean whatever America is hearing are the whispers of some dark lord of past days. No one in this room knows exactly what's going on. Keep that in mind. She sits back.
all right, with that, a vote will commence. So, let's see, as the voting is done, keep the eggs. Destroy the eggs. All right, Edwin, what do you vote?
He's first.
You're the
Born
oldest.
first, go first.
Womp 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 womp.
By the
I
way,
mean, you went last time,
Edwin's
so it's only fair.
Edwin still looks like shit right now. He looks to Kalen, and his stern expression kind of like, keep them.
She smiles at you.
Andy.
Destroy them. They can be either friend or tool, but not both. And only one brings benefit.
I'm gonna message one of you real quick.
No one say anything. Don't make any faces. Don't let it be known that you were messaged.
Hang on, I just got a notification. No, I'm just kidding.
Could you hold that thought? I need to respond to something real quick.
Well, I got a
It's my mom.
Oh yeah, what'd you say?
Talon will look to you, Merrick.
Keep. My mom said to vote to keep the eggs too, so
Oh, that's
if you
double.
want to count that.
Yep, I will. Kaylin, let me write you down for keep the eggs. Does she say anything else?
Yeah, she says, keep them. That's it.
Okay. Via. No, sorry, Merrick. No, wait.
Yep.
Oh, I
You
asked
did
that out
that.
of order.
You already
Whoops,
asked
okay.
me.
Oops. Via.
Yeah. Via's gonna like look to Merrick with a really sad expression.
He's not looking at you. He's looking at the
Destroy
floor.
them.
Wait, what did Via say? I missed it.
Destroy them.
Okay.
Lord
For the
Gareth.
record, Felicity hopes we don't.
Oh yeah, no, same.
Yeah, I want these eggs.
Well,
Oh,
you're
a
not
dragon
making
blood.
it easier.
For
so
what
thanks
it's
for
worth,
that.
8 people in chat said keep them.
It's a shame they're not on the council yet.
Surprise, surprise.
Stay after the session to find out.
Oh. Okay.
And he's taking polls from the council as well.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
I'll get into what each one says in just a second. I just want to make sure that I don't miss any of the council members. Nope, I want the Royal Council, not the Houses of Adaria. That's not relevant right now. So we'll go one by one. Lord Regent Gareth would say, "While I do see value in an investment, the house that would suffer the most under a reign of dragons is House Thornfield. Not only do we have to feed them, but we suffer the most when our land is bathed in dragon fire or whatever ghastly element it may be. My vote is to destroy them." Sir Davian, or Lord Davian, the spymaster says, "I believe that there is much more power in word and of faith. I do not believe that I can have much faith in dragons. I vote to destroy them." Lady Elendra Malus. "I believe that there is a great deal of kindness necessary in politics in order to actually achieve anything of worth and merit that is lasting. I believe dragons are quite the opposite of that, truthfully. I vote to destroy them." And with that, that is 3 to keep and 5 to destroy.
How many votes are left?
3. Lady Alris speaks. "My stance on this is already clearly known. We should keep them. We should treat them as trusted allies, potentially even advisors. Who knows how much a dragon can learn from the world and perhaps change the way that we perceive it. I also believe that we should keep the dragons. Much can be learned from them. They would make great allies." With that, it's 5 and 5. And Talon, as he kind of sighs and says,
What's the point of putting it up to a vote if I'm the tiebreaker anyway?
you see he looks to Dragon's Bane. And he looks to all of you.
During your meetings, your reports, a great deal of faith was put into several of you. That you would be best for this kingdom. Merrick, Kaylin, you make very strong arguments. And I believe that the years of dragon slaying in Adaria has passed. If we wish to truly push forward into an era of peace and prosperity for Adaria, then it should not begin with the bloodshed of creatures that started its kingdom. I will vote that we keep the eggs. And in the absence of Rainier, that is 6 votes for keep, 5 votes for destroy. We will keep the eggs. They will be transferred to your tower, Morgana, and all of us will have access to them at all times. All times, Morgana. Do you understand? Very good. 4 of the Crown Claw Knights, the 4 that I trust most, will always be posted there to ensure that nothing happens to them. You may go and see them anytime you want, but as I said, a word leaves this council chamber for any of you, and I will find out. I will know. And there will be a price to pay. My child or not, a price will be paid. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, Father.
Crystal.
Yes.
Always.
Mm-hmm.
Good. You are all dismissed.
Edwin, first one to get up. Gone.
Oh, Kaylin's after him.
Okay, so as all of you are dismissed, you head off into your separate areas. You have about 2 weeks of time in Crown's Rest before something that happens that will kind of begin your next mission. So you have about 2 weeks of time here, as all of you will see that all of your belongings have been moved to the estate of the King's Hand, where all of you will be living together in that fortified manner. However, before we dive into any of that stuff, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break just because we've been playing for a while. We got through a lot of stuff. So let's go ahead and take a quick break. We will be back in 5 minutes, so that'll be 50 your time. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we will be right back. We'll be right back. Wow.
Thanks, Wisp. I'm sorry, I know all of this has been really hard on you too.
It's definitely not. I don't want to do this. Really. It's more of a, I feel like I should now.
Whatever happens, just stick with me and I won't let anything bad happen to you.
Okay.
Holds up a pinky.
Gotta make sure we stamp it. Thank
Signed, sealed, delivered.
you.
Falls off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be, as you end up trying to grab it as it's already beginning to shift and fall. The egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick.
But now it'll be a cool reveal for this session. Object interaction. Grab the egg.
Egg grabbed.
I run. I have 40 feet of movement because I cast Longstrider. No, wait, no, it gets better, I promise.
I was like,
That's not the whole
okay.
plan.
I was
This
like,
is a reveal.
No, hear me
Oh,
out, hear me
yeah.
out.
You can run, okay.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm just going to say all of this at once because I
Okay.
have no other things to use. I will run, I will action dash, and as a half orc, I can use Adrenaline Rush 2 times a day to bonus action dash.
Okay.
So I mean, he is bolting it as fast as he can. That's 120 feet worth of movement. I'm probably slow because I'm carrying a 50-pound egg. I don't know. That's still 60 feet of movement in 6 seconds.
That does affect it. That's really quick, Merrick.
this
Yeah, we
Eldritch
got
Blast.
We got a hex. And an
Okay,
Eldritch
and then
Blast.
Give him that
Hopefully.
Warlock 1-2.
Oh baby, let's go!
Our first natural 20 of the game. Congratulations. Kayla, you were destined to be one of the first natural ones, and you rolled the first natural 20. How do you feel right now? Which is
Last one of the
crazy
game.
because with Hex, you crit on the Hex damage and on the Eldritch Blast, so those 2
This guy's
damage
so
dies are
dead.
maxed out. So what's the...
shit.
What,
Yes.
okay.
She's basically going to be like, I'm here as a representative of the King's Hand. They want to meet you, but I'm here to ensure that, we can come to an arrangement on how to meet safely before they actually show up. Meanwhile, sneak. There we go.
Okay. Got it.
You got it, Joe?
I hope so. I fucking don't.
And he will
Have a
give a
good
very
evening.
low bow, and he'll head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
You find, after walking through the village, taking about 15-20 minutes to get together, and you find that forward camp. No! You
Tits?
find pitched
Yes.
tents. No!
Clip it.
Hey, there's your first.
Sun begins to set. Takes a half day to get there. 500 feet away from where the keep should be. You tie up the horses, dismount, travel by foot. Closer and closer and closer. There seems to be no sign of any life, any travel. I mean, you're so far off the road right now that it's really hard to tell that you're going in the right direction, especially at nighttime. But eventually, you're able to see through.
Guys,
No.
Via, it's up to you.
No, this guy.
Via.
No, he ain't
Via's
getting
gotta
away.
kill him.
come on, Via. It's your
Come
time.
on, VR.
Ray of sickness.
Man up.
She's already
Alright,
killed
Via.
one. She's gonna have so much trauma from this trip. Like she
She was like, I'm so excited for this road trip with my
I'm
siblings.
just so excited to spend time with my family. Meanwhile, since it started,
Trauma,
why
trauma.
can't I stop killing people?
Why is this happening? Okay. What do we think? Firebolt or Ray of Sickness?
Burn him alive.
I
I don't know.
But then yeah, then a bonus action, cry.
Just cry.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
a free
that's-
action, Nick.
Oh, okay,
fair.
good.
Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merrick,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us.
Mhm.
They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be posing as an envoy.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that
Yeah.
makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
And Kaylin's going to do
Plan
some talking.
set.
Okay, great. She will do a firebolt.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I'm also gonna.
Oh
put a-
my god, another natural 20.
Whoa!
All right, so that is a 10 plus a D10.
Whoa.
Via can't stop killing.
I
Yeah.
know, I know.
She's grown a
So good
taste
at
for
it.
it.
The dice are apparently telling the best story because I was like, oh, she's gonna be timid and miss all the time.
She's
So I
gonna
was
be like,
setting her up for that.
I don't want the crown anymore. I'm just really good at this.
Okay, so yeah, she will. All of her schooling is coming back to her, so that's a 16 total damage.
Jesus Christ.
Blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Sir Lando, if you would, please.
Oh shit.
Hello, we're
I
back.
hate myself.
Let's go ahead and dive back into our session. For one, well, actually, before we dive in, thank you to everybody who's watching today and who's watched before. Lots of gifted subs, lots of new followers. You guys are fantastic, amazing. You've done enough already. I want to stress. But if you're like, I really fucking like this thing I'm seeing right now, feel free to follow on Twitch. Feel free to go and subscribe to the YouTube channel. There are abridged versions of each sessions that are uploaded that are anywhere between 40 minutes to an hour long of a 4.5, sometimes 5 hour long session. So if you're looking to catch up, join the Discord server. We talk about the games a lot there. Lots of cool people there. Lots of funny people also, if I do say so myself. I'm not one of them. It's the other people, they really carry that weight for me, which I appreciate them for. So, yeah. You don't need to do anything else other than that, though, except go check out Party Loot. And if you don't check out Party Loot, you're a bitch.
Whoa.
That's the tagline. I'm gonna change the motto.
Nah. This is my first sponsor. Fuck you. Check out Party Loot.
You don't chew big red, then fuck you.
We need to go the Ricky
Crazy.
Bobby route of sponsorships.
It's not my favorite movie.
Propane. It's Christopher
Up there.
Nolan's favorite movie.
Pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
Party Loot. Partylootapp.com. www.partylootapp.com.
The address. Future sponsors are gonna watch
Just
this
go
clip and
find
go, Jesus Christ. We're gonna get sponsored by people that like have no business sponsoring a D&D stream, like like never mind.
Don't say it.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
That dragon?
Yeah. places that just don't care. Like, yeah, man, do whatever you want. Just as long as just plug the thing.
I was gonna say
That's what they
Dora.
said, huh? All right, let's play.
All right. Let's fucking play this game. Oh, dude, I'd love to be sponsored by Axe.
Dude, let's be
Body
honest.
Spray.
Axe Body Spray should sponsor D&D streams.
Absolutely.
Make sure to go to your local game store so you can test all of the flavors of Axe Body Spray all at once.
Please shower.
And shower. Or don't, and just use Axe Body
PSA.
Spray.
We're not
Save
sponsored
money on
yet.
your
Stop.
water bill and buy Axe Body Spray.
Someone send this to Axe Body Spray so we can get that sponsor, please.
Anyway, let's go ahead and dive into the session. Picking up where we left off, our group of motley adventurers, not even, our group of prissy nobles
Damn!
have just
Where's the
completed.
lie?
Yeah, I was like, show me on the document where it's a lie.
Actually, Edwin and Kaylin are not nobles, so there's the lie.
You can go fuck yourself.
You're so fucking
Okay,
funny.
actually, their births were, what's the word? I forget. Never mind.
Ew.
I can't. I don't say ew to their
Ew.
births. Anyway, let me not get sidetracked by the peanut factory here. Isn't the peanut gallery? Isn't that what it is? Okay, anyway.
You're sidetracking yourself all on your own. So.
By the way, we're almost 10
You
minutes
started
back
this
from the
bit
stream.
10 minutes ago.
We are factory brothers.
www.partyloot.com.
Axe Body
For all your
Spray.
peanut needs.
They have finally returned to Crown's Rest. And within Crown's Rest, they had to do several things. They had to debrief individually with the king and the council, and then also, they had to collectively meet the king, the council, and the king's hand, the party members, the heirs to the throne, and decide what to do with them. After hearing out everybody, Talon decided that it would be best to put it up to a vote, thinking that that would help share some of the burden. But at the end of the day, regardless of the well-structured and meaningful and rational arguments made by several of the king's hand, as well as some of the council members, the decision still fell to Talon as the tie-breaking vote, choosing to save the eggs, to try and hatch them and raise them. Jury's still out on if Talon is going to raise children well. There have been issues, but we'll see what happens. Maybe with dragons it'll be different. But the conversation does not go well. During the individual one-on-ones, there is some grading that is done to some of the individuals. All of them definitely did not handle it, I think, as well as they would have liked. But one thing was very clear. The vast majority of the siblings believe in one way, shape, or form that Kaylin or Merrick would make a good leader, whether that be king or queen of Adaria or lord or lady paramount of the ancestral home of House Falkrest, Skyhaven. A bastard from the Serpent's Grove, and a noble-born son who seems torn between his allegiances to House Falkrest and the obligations of allegiance to House Veltaris, the house of his mother. No one knows what decision Talon will make, but there seems to be something he's trying to achieve, something he's trying to figure out before he makes that decision, but only time will tell. So, as I said when we ended right before break, you have about 2 weeks of downtime. However, I believe that something was happening rather expeditiously, as Kaylin, if I recall correctly, you were running after Edwin, or chasing after him, to try and catch up to him. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't want to be stopped, she's not going to force it. She just had one quick thing she wanted to say.
Yeah, does
Just
everyone
as
stop?
like everybody was leaving. Wait, does he stop? I'm so sorry.
Well, Edwin's not like running away. He's just He sped walk out of the room, more or less, and he's just... You can see he's almost in the path to make his way out of the castle.
Edwin.
He stops. He's not facing you, and you see that his posture changes and turns around. Yes?
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you too.
Stop. Seriously. Whatever you're doing, stop it. It's weird.
Stop what? Being... me? What should I stop?
Whatever mask you're wearing, you should take it off. Just for a second, because I'm serious. I'm proud of you. You made a decision. And even if we disagreed, you stood by the decision you made.
Oh, on the dragon eggs.
Yes.
We'll have to wait and see what happens with them. I'm obviously still on the fence, but I trust you. So,
But you don't have to.
why not?
You didn't initially.
You
then
make
I
good
still-
points.
Thank you. But I'm not always right. That was hard for her to say.
He smiles and says, it is good for you to realize that. I'm not either. Are
What?
you okay?
No, but that's fine.
Is it?
I do not like the fact that it seemed as though you were forgotten in that moment. And I don't know if that was purposeful or what it was, but it did not sit well with me.
Oh, I don't think it was on purpose. I think Father is... He's losing his keen memory in his old age. Think nothing of it. I don't think... I'm not.
She raises an eyebrow. You actually believe that?
Of course. You think he forgot me?
No, but this is what I mean. This is everything I was saying to you before. We are just as important. And I just don't want you to forget that. I don't want the slightest bit of pressure from this council to make you forget who you are and what you have made yourself become. Again, with the dragons, you made a decision and you stood by it. And yes, perhaps some of the points I and the others made changed your mind, but you were... Towards the end, I think that was the most decisive I've seen from you. And I think if you are more decisive like that more often, people will take notice of that. And they will not brush you off.
Made it a lot easier to hear everything. Harder to be decisive when you don't have many decisions to make.
I don't know what to say to you. You are so weird and so stubborn and so... I'm sorry for whatever has happened to you to make you this way.
Probably all the brain freezes from the tundra.
She looks at you and she's like, yeah, she just looks at you.
I'm fine, really. I am. I haven't been around a lot of politics like this in a while. It wasn't until recently that Father made me liaison of the whole Nornothi thing. I'm not fit for politics. I'm fit for socialization, healing people, fixing things.
Isn't that what a politician is supposed to do?
A politician fix things.
Why can't we change that?
I think you could.
And you don't think you could? Stop it. I will hurt you. It's infuriating. I'm not going to argue. Just I won't bring it up again. But if you falter, Edwin, I falter. They'll never look at us like we can be more than what they see.
I'm trying to understand. You don't think they compare us, do you?
I think they put us in the same box, Edwin. And I don't think we belong in that box. And I'm tired of you putting yourself there.
You see that his stature, his posture kind of loosens. I didn't think of it that way. Kaylin, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Stop. I'm not asking for an apology. I'm asking for the backbone.
Right. His posture goes up again. Right.
Great. I have business I need to attend to, and I'm sure you do.
Yes. Yes, I do. I'll think more on it, Kaylin, I promise. All right?
You do that. And she will nod and turn and walk away.
And he keeps a smile as she turns and walks away, and he about faces almost like a soldier and walks around the corner, finds another corner, and like puts his like arms up on the wall and just starts crying.
So yeah, in that you take that moment, Edwin, of solitude to expunge those emotions. So that way you can continue to be the happy, easy to get along with brother. So, as we cut away from Edwin, in that sort of immediate aftermath of the council meeting, is there anybody that's doing anything else within Dragon's End?
Yes.
Mhm.
Via's gonna go up to Morgana and ask her, like, right as the meeting, like, everyone's trying to leave.
Mhm.
She's gonna go up and be like, did Isadora start working with you yet?
No, not yet. There were things she needs to finish up at home first.
Okay, so she's still at home.
Mhm.
Okay, cool, no worries. if I send her a letter, like, is she like gonna be here soon, or should? Because I just wanted to like chat, you know. And so I'm trying to decide if I just send a letter or if I should just wait for her to get back, you know.
I believe that in the letter I received from her father, she should be arriving sometime at the end of October.
Okay, all right. And it is. Kayla said it was September still, so letter. I'll send a letter. Okay. So yeah, she'll just be like, great, good news. Okay, thank you so much. And she's gonna scurry on out and get to her notebook and run to maybe she'll do this whenever she's back at her bedroom at the other place. I don't know. But yeah.
Okay.
That'll be it for now.
Okay. Anything else from anybody else?
Two things very brief. We don't need to roleplay it out. But Merrick will just tell Solara before excusing himself that the green one gets cold frequently. And then as Merrick leaves, is there like I imagine there's a view of the port from the keep, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If he looks out, does he see a Valtara ship or no?
Nope.
Okay. That was all Merrick had.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, and then Xantha, you're the last one. Anything you have?
Yeah, I think especially from like how long and I feel frustrating the day's been. I think he's initially walking to, I guess, where their new mini keep is or whatever that's outside the castle. But she will turn and she will find Alexia instead. Basically just wanting a sparring match, just to let out that kind of pent-up frustration, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and he's happy to accommodate, and he can kind of read the situation, and he won't pry at all.
Oh no, she'll start ranting.
Okay. Yeah, he won't pry
I imagine
unless
it's
she...
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's that kind of thing where it's just like, yes, this is one thing. But the other thing about this thing, and this thing, and like, you know, just like restating the same thing, but like in several different times where it's just like, the other person's like, can you please stop? Xanthi does not stop. But she will also kind of drop the whole, like, you know, the whole thing with Maldaris and being like, oh, it's some kind of like influence that you like. She will mention that to him.
Yeah, he'll say,
It is a shame that they seem to have such problems with Maldaris. Believe me, there are many things wrong with my home. But there are things that it does right. I think to view it in such stark black and white is, well, a mistake. I'm glad that you have not fallen to that binary worldview.
Of course not. They simply just try to find whatever reason they can latch onto.
Even if it seems to defy reason.
And she'll kind of laugh at that. But yeah. Just a little spar.
all right. Sounds good to me. So, with that, all of you kind of separate for a moment, and then eventually, all of you convene as you travel to your new home. For the purposes of this, we'll say that the guards at the Crown Claw Knights, as they've been positioned here as the main watch, for the time being, that and a collection of Adarian watch to patrol the grounds and the walls to make sure that nothing gets in that shouldn't. You all have been asked to be held at the gates until all of you arrive. So there is a bit of awkward moment as all of you are kind of sitting there, like one by one, arriving, as they're actually not letting you through the iron wrought gates yet. You guys are just kind of sitting there waiting. And as all of you are kind of forced to sit there and wait outside of the manor, you can get a pretty clear look at it.
Oh, pretty.
So what you see is the fortified estate of the King's Hand. This grand, imposing structure that is nestled within the upper city of Crown's Rest. You can see it has towers that overlook the lower districts, and it's constructed of this kind of like pale limestone reinforced with these dark oak beams. There are 2 layers of walls. There is an outer wall that is higher, more of a fortified keep-like wall that has a wooden iron wrought gate that is swung open and closed. The Adarian Watch patrols those ones. And then there is a decorative gate, a stone wall that is, maybe 5.5, 6 feet tall, with an iron wrought gate that opens and swivels closed. But right now, the Crown Claw guards have been instructed to not let you pass just yet. So is there anything anybody wants to do, or any conversations any of you want to have before...
What are we waiting on?
You've just been instructed that the keeper of the hall is not quite ready for you yet, and wants to wait for everyone to be here until letting you all in.
If there's a moment that it's just like maybe Merrick and Octavia get there first.
Yeah, we can say that.
Okay, cool. As they're like sitting there waiting for everybody, Via's kind of like kicking the dirt around with her shoe. She's like, I'm sorry for my boat.
It's okay, Via.
Is it? How does he look when he says that?
He looks like he's far away. Like, just he's thinking about other things right now.
I mean, something seems to be bothering you.
I mean, we're all bothered by what happened, aren't we?
Are we? Did I miss something that... I mean, yeah, I'm bothered, but I don't think it's for maybe the same reason that you are.
No, that was just really hard, Via, for a lot of different reasons. I don't even know which one to start explaining to you.
Well, you don't need to explain every little detail, but are you talking about just like the interview? Did yours not go well?
I think it went okay. I don't know. They're a hard group to read sometimes. They were supportive, at the very least. I don't know. It didn't feel like an interrogation or anything.
No, yeah, mine didn't really either.
No, just everything with the eggs, I guess.
Yeah. Those eggs just really scare me, but, it's not that I don't trust you. at all. I trust you a lot. I just am afraid that I don't know, maybe repeating history, I guess, a little bit.
Are we repeating history by letting the dragons rise to power? Or are we repeating history by killing any who might be a threat? Like what happened to our family?
I see what you're saying. And I wish I could tell you everything that I want to say right now, but I just can't. Yeah. I see what you're saying, though. I don't think you're wrong. I just don't know if that's necessarily for certain. I don't know. I'm worried our empathy could open doors that cause problems. That's all.
I think you're right to be worried about that. You and I had vastly different experiences with these eggs. Maybe if they talked to you and asked for your help, you'd feel like I did, and maybe if they hurt me, I'd feel like you did. I don't know.
It's not just that. Merrick, she's looking to make sure that no one else has come in. Some of my visions have had things to do with the dragon's triarchy. And I'm scared they're coming back. I'm scared that's what this is. Or I don't know, there's just too much all together at once. You know, with the cult and Morgana's research and now literally 3 dragon eggs. And I know what Dad says about my visions. I know he doesn't trust them, but I don't think we know enough about these eggs or this dragon cult or what all these coincidences mean.
Maybe we made a mistake.
I just think we need to be on our guard about this. Because you're right. These eggs, these babies, they don't know what they are yet. And that everyone's right. We could totally raise them and maybe everything would be fine. Or there's this cult that's gonna come get them. And do the thing that the King of Crimson always wanted. I don't know. I just don't think it's gonna be as simple as, oh, these babies are gonna be fine. We'll raise them and treat them right. There's something else going on here. And I'm very, very scared.
I wish I had the words to help you, Wisp, but I don't.
I know. I guess I just wanted to tell you why I voted the way I did. Because I felt... I like us being on the same side. I don't like being against you.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Because I do feel the same way you do. It's just that all this context is freaking me out. So I don't necessarily think it was the wrong choice, but I'm just scared. That's all. And I'm sorry, because I want us to always be good.
I think you said it best, Wisp. There's nothing you can do that's going to make me hate you.
She's gonna
There's
like,
just...
hug
Oh,
him.
go ahead.
She's just gonna hug him. You can keep talking, but you getting a hug.
I just think there's a lot going on right now.
Mm-hmm. Too much.
Okay. All right. With that, eventually, one by one, the rest of your siblings arrive, and as all of the siblings are there, kind of awkwardly, taking space from one another.
Nice weather.
The the Crown Claw Knights will see that all of the children have arrived, and one will say to the other to go retrieve the Chamberlain and inform him that all of the heirs have arrived. So the guard does that, and you hear a fair bit of conversation happening from within inside the keep loud, and then exiting out of that main doorway up at the top. Jesus Christ, guys. Okay, all right, I'm trying. I can't just stop what I'm doing and just sip, okay? I have to still DM the game. Please stop.
Homie, I got 42,000 points here. Where do you think they're all going?
There. It's all gone. It's gone.
Better go refill it.
Well, now we gotta take a break so you can
that ice
refill
will,
your little
that
bit.
ice will melt. That ice will melt
my
eventually.
Here you go. Stick your head under the sink in the bathroom or some shit.
Okay. Nobody panic. There's ice cubes right next to my computer.
Brother.
It's probably really hot. It's been on all day. Just cool it down.
That's what water stains on the shirt.
That's what water cold is, right? Okay. All right. Well, I'm just gonna. Look at what you made me do. This is your fault. Yeah. Now you have to wait while I pick up my ice cubes.
Nice weather.
Yeah. What's the weather right now, John?
Nighttime.
That's not a weather, John.
Right now it is 62 degrees Fahrenheit and clear.
I should have said that with a slight British accent. I was talking as Edwin.
Okay. All right. You see, stepping down the stairway that leads up into the manor, you see none other than an individual that some of you recognize from your childhood. You have not seen this individual much as of late, as you were all so very confident that this man had retired. The former Chamberlain of the King's Court seemingly has come out of retirement to serve as the master of this manor and chamberlain of the king's hand. An individual renowned for his formality and loquaciousness. Chamberlain Theophilus Brigsby. You all see the tall, impeccably dressed lizard folk stepping down the stairs, the emerald green scale shimmering in the bright light of the sun, and these tall, elaborate, regal frills expand when he's particularly enthused. Right now, being one of them, you can see puffed up almost like a Elizabethan collar around his neck. And you can see he's alert, refined, precise, deliberate, and he wears this rich embroidered robe of deep blue and silver. And he walks with a cane, very ornate in his hand, that assists in his walking, as he is quite old now. However, incredibly happy to assist in this moment. Not that, whoa, that gives the wrong vibe for this guy.
Okay.
Wait,
Guards all
wait.
heard you guys talking about eggs.
I clicked the wrong button. I clicked next instead of stop. My bad. My bad. There we go.
That's
As
the
you
voice.
see him step down, and the iron wrought gates open as you're now allowed to enter, and he says, "Ah, the most distinguished guest, radiant, venerable heirs to the throne of Adaria. How the very stones of House Folkrest have trembled in anticipation of your arrival. As all of you already know, I am Chamberlain Theophilus Brigsby, or in this scenario, you may just call me Master Brigsby, a humble servant of this most exalted hall, and entrusted with the sacred duty of maintaining its magnificence and ensuring that every need of my illustrious masters is met with unerring precision." You see his tail makes a very precise flick behind him. Should you require anything at all, please know that it would be my singular purpose to see it fulfilled to the very letter of perfection, whether it be the sharpening of a quill, the curating of fine wines, or the extermination of a single speck of dust that dares mar your domain. I shall not rest until the deed is done. Now, dear masters, may I offer a most dignified tour of your new resplendent residence? And allow me to share an image.
Give me a.
Give it.
I've been waiting for
Give
so
it right
long.
now. Give it here.
Give me.
Chamberlain.
He sounds like a hoot.
Now, I will
That is
say,
a
the
little-
image doesn't have the neck frills. I'm very sorry. It couldn't work. It just
Yeah.
gave him skin flaps, which was not the goal.
Little frill neck lizard though.
He is. Yeah, he's got the... And right now, it's like full
Fuck yeah.
Elizabethan collar. But he's...
Edward.
He's quite the...
Oh,
Oh, shit. I wanted to share the image. Sorry, my bad. Show
oh, he's
players.
cutie.
He's cute.
He's a little
There
guy.
you go.
He's so
Oh, I
adorable.
love
Look
little
at
guys.
it. Look at him.
Yes.
A tour?
Handsome.
Of course.
Gosh,
Please.
Master Brigsby. Yes, this is the best ever. Oh my god.
You do me the greatest honor, Princess Octavia. Thank you. And he will just like so incredibly low and shoot back up. Please follow me.
Love
Protect him at all costs.
Now, please, my heirs, keep in mind that anything you see here that is not to your liking can be changed out, exchanged, replaced, repainted, destroyed, torn down, built up. Anything you wish, I will see it done. All things take time, though, and the funds of the manor are not infinite, so anything you can contribute will help in the expediency of any tasks that you wish to take place within the manor. Please enjoy the defenses,
the high, tall stone walls and iron-wrought gates, flanked by stone statues of lions, to tell all passers-by they may not enter, or else they will suffer the bite of the Crown Claw Knights. Maybe replace statues with dragons? I don't know yet. Lions seemed right, regal, proud, like all of you. Here we have the secondary courtyard that you walk through now, used for training exercises. There is a area for that over there, horse stabling there, as well as any of the guards who claim their home here. They also stay within the guardhouse right over there by the walls. But we are not here to see the outside. We are here to see the inside. Please follow me. As he will lead you in.
Pretty.
You can see you step in immediately to the Grand Hall, this high ceiling, vaulted chamber, and lined with the various banners of the royal houses of Adaria. As initially, it's the king's hand's responsibility to serve the king, of course, but that means protecting all of the people of Adaria. So all of the major and minor houses' banners are displayed in various shapes and sizes. It's rather unappealing in terms of like color composition because it is a kaleidoscope of color, and it doesn't look very good, but it's symbolic, so that's nice. But you can see, welcome to the Grand Hall. Here is where you will have any formal meetings or receptions. We can host up to 75 guests, so should you wish to have exclusive parties or festivals or balls, you can do that here. There is also a large table in the center, which, per the request of the king, has a map of Adaria to keep track of any goals or tasks that you deem you need to keep track of. If you follow me through here, we have the private quarters up the stairs here. This is where each of your personal chambers are, as well as 15 other rooms that can be used for any guest that you wish to stay here, should you hire mages or scientists to study things that you wish to be investigated, or let's just say you find a really good cook on your journey and you wish to bring them back here. Now, I will say, there is already a cook here. Cabiel is his name, a Triton man. He is a fantastic chef, and I know the irony, but some of the best seafood you will have anywhere in Adaria, he will make. But the bedrooms, that is not all. Imagine a great hall, bedrooms. No. We have the libraries and archives down through this way, sort of leading up across the bedrooms and chambers, leading you down another set of stairs into a rather fine archive. It's not the best. Some of the books are rather outdated or old or dusty. People haven't been here for a while. He's tried his best to clean it, but Via, you can recognize when a book hasn't been opened in 20 years, and a lot of these books suffer that fate.
Oh, she'll fix it.
Mm-hmm. And then there are two more places. If you'll follow me down this way, and he leads you down a large stone staircase that leads into the basement. We have here a storeroom to the left, and to the right there is the vault. This is something that the previous king's hand deemed necessary, and it has been constructed and maintained since their unfortunate demise. Here, it is only accessible by keys given to all of you. These were designed by House Astrolor and the Arcan technology that exists there. So only all of you will be able to enter. Should there be anything that you deem necessary to store here for safety. All security purposes and extents have been taken to make sure that it is impenetrable by magic, teleportation, and even a very, 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 very strong battering ram. And then, finally, we have a Chamber of Judgment. In certain circumstances, it is up to the King's Hand to deliver judgment in a more formal way. When the king is unable to see every single petitioner, sometimes they will show up here. And in those cases, the king's hand must decide in a vote of a simple majority what to do in those situations. An extent of the king's will, as all of you already know. Well, that is the manner. And the final thing I will say is that it is entirely up to you. If you'd like rooms or additions made, we can make those. They will take time, though. And on top of that, should you wish to change the name of the manor, that is up to you as well. To leave it the manor of the king's hand is very much a beautiful decision. It shows that you respect honor and tradition. And you know that there are more important things to do than worry about the name of the manor you reside in. But a name has great power. There have been many swords throughout history who are nothing more than forged and folded steel, but they carry weight because of the name attached to them. So, names can make a big difference in how the people of Crown's Rest and Adaria might see you. Nothing needs to be changed now, but should you choose to change it, myself and any of the other servants within the keep, whenever we go out and about to the city, we will make sure to use that name, and word will spread very quickly. Well, that is the manner. As I said, if there is anything else I can do for you, I would be happy. It would be the greatest pleasure of my life to assist you in it. But it has been a very busy week, a very busy month, as I know. If all of you would wish to return to your bedchambers and come to feast on dinner whenever you are ready, that is very fine. In fact, I will say in one final thing, I apologize, my prince, for interrupting you. Some of you have already received messages of individuals who wish to speak with you. Those have been placed in your bedchambers.
Thank you.
Of course.
I do have a question, Master Brigsby. Is there a prayer room?
There is not one currently. Just a few blocks down the road, there is a small chapel there. But of course, we can have one constructed here. In fact, I believe some of the priests within that hall, should I say that Prince Edwin, Prince of the Pauper, should I say that he wishes to have some instruments brought here, we could certainly have some small altars brought here.
If there isn't one already, I think the walk will do me good. I can make the trip.
Very, very good. If that ever changes, please, do not hesitate to ask. And I will say, should you choose to construct a small chapel here, I'm sure there would be many benefits to that. Especially for you, being a member of the clergy yourself.
I will think it over. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Edwin is going to just look. I will excuse myself. Thank you so much for the tour. And he's going to head to his room.
Yes, thank you, Brigsby. I'm gonna actually write a few letters as well. I need to send out a few things, so I'll head to the library and focus on that, and then I'll give you the letter just when they're ready, okay?
Very good.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, and she'll go do that.
Okay, yep. Every time you bow, or every time you leave, he will do the same deep bow. One thing I will say, does Kaylin ask anything of him or tell him anything?
No.
Okay.
She also doesn't want to be in a room alone with the Xanthi, so she's leaving to go find her room.
Okay.
Like,
Why
I
is-
will say,
Why is that?
I mean, ever since we returned, like, Kaylin has gone out of her way to, unless she pointedly has made a dirty look, she does not look at Xanthi at all. And then she gotta go to her room.
So nothing has changed between Kaelin and Xanthi. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some things never change.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So, you live within the manor for a time. Let me see here. That's not what I want, actually. I think this is what I want. There we go. Yep. So, I'm assuming all of you go to your rooms and investigate those requests of petitions or communications.
Yeah.
Okay. So each one of you do have a letter from one of the council members who at some point in time would be very interested in speaking with you. Well, almost everyone. Xanthe, yours is not from one of the council members. Sorry, I misspoke. Xanthe, you have a letter, a request from Sir Otis of Guildarrow Keep, who actually wishes to speak with you regarding an issue related to something he'd like to petition to King Talon and is seeking your advice on it. Kaelin, Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield, wishes to speak with you in relation to problems between the Serpent's Grove and House Thornfield, and he'd like to pick your brain on potentially how to solve that issue. Merrick, you have received a petition from Lady Elendra Malus, vassal of House Veltaris, who wishes to speak to you just to check in, based off everything that happened and the connection you had with the eggs. She wants to make sure you're doing okay. As a vassal, she feels it's her duty to ensure that you feel confident and you feel as good as you can. Via Morgana does wish to speak with you. She says that the more she's thought about it, the more she's not sure about Isadora and would like to pick your brain a little bit more about who could potentially be a good match for the role you filled. And then finally, Edwin, you have a message from Sir Davian Thallon, the Spy Master. All his message says is the Reaches alone tonight. Okay. So you all have received your requests for meetings. Now, here's the thing, okay? Technically,
yeah, what's up?
There are only 10 minutes left of the session. Technically, right? This is just going by the pre-existing world we live in and the rules we've established.
Oh, fuck it, we go. We ball.
Well, okay, so here's my pitch. These 5 meetings, okay? We could do some of them tonight. We could do some next week, because I'm sure there are probably conversations you guys want to have, right? Unless I'm wrong.
Nah, yeah, I'd love to chat with Chaw.
Oh, yeah.
Because my thought here is that we'll see kind of how your guys' conversations go, see how long they take, and then we kind of go from there, right? If we have like a half an hour, like if you guys finish up your conversations and we're only, a half an hour over, we might do one of the political one-on-ones. But I think at that point it might be better to save those for next week if we've gone over, pretty considerably, because I want to be respectful of everybody's time. So if everybody's okay with that, I'm okay with going a little bit over, and playing it by ear, but we'll try not to do too much. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm good,
All right.
buddy.
Okay.
So hold on, we're saying siblings talkie talks, and if that goes
Yeah.
short, we'll do some political stuff.
Correct. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So, what I will say is just a fun little note here. The Chamberlain is not the only person that works here. There are 4 other servants here that are in charge of the day-to-day responsibilities or logistics. There is, like I said, Cavell Breinwalker, Breinwake, sorry, the Triton head chef. There is Gregor Flint Barrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. And that record is something that is stored on her person. And it is private and only shareable with all of you. So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
Yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Dravana Windmere, who is an elf, who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a Loxodon guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
Amazing. Joe, can we in the journals in Foundry get a directory for a folder for the house and all of the NPCs if
Oh.
there's art for them?
Yeah. I will. There's not art right now, but I will.
Or just a text file that says
Yeah, I
these
will do
people.
that.
That's it.
So as you guys are having your little one-on-ones, as you guys are having your little Sibs chats, I'll go ahead and do that now.
It's awesome. Love it.
But let me make a brand new folder for this. So yeah, the time is yours. What do you guys want to do in this sort of like day going into the evening? About conversations, anything you want to do in the next week and a half, 2 weeks. The one-on-ones are, generally at your own time. You are the heir. They're requesting you. You're part of the King's Hand. You can kind of show up when you want to. The longer you wait, somebody might be upset. But if it takes a day or two for you to get there, then not a big deal. Except Edmonds.
I was gonna say, I feel like, what is he just standing there every night, just like, well, wasn't tonight, I guess. So see him tomorrow.
That'd be really funny.
Edwin is staying in his room.
Via first is going to write 2 letters and address them to Poppy and Isadora. She's going to use her spell, which I forgot the name of it. Cast as a ritual.
The illusory script.
Yeah, so that it's protected and everything, and then she'll give it to Brigsby to do where he can put it where it needs to go.
My princess, I will take these to the rookery post haste.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll type up what I'm sending them to you here shortly. But otherwise, I think the main person I want to have a conversation with is Xanthi. But I mean, besides Merrick, because we already chatted, I'm down to chat to everybody else as well. So, but that's the start.
Okay.
I didn't want to take away if anyone else needed to hop on something. If not, I'll go talk to Xanthi.
Hey,
Go talk,
anybody
girl.
Go talk to
chomping?
Xanthi.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Where is Xanthi?
All right. Yeah, I was about to ask that.
I think Xanthi will have gone to her little private room.
Okay. You get a knock at your door. Zan the man, you in there?
You just hear silence as Xanthi is too stunned to fucking speak. What the fuck?
Okay, I asked that just to be nice, but I know you're in there. I think I killed Joe.
Octavia.
You okay? Alright.
Bro needs a sip.
She's gonna open the door and come in. And like, I don't know, plop on your bed. So, you and Grandma. How'd that go?
The Lady Paramount simply wish to discuss some matters. Nothing noteworthy.
Okay. I'm really sorry again. I thought that, I don't know, it just seemed like you were really uncomfortable, so I was trying to, like, I don't know. Seemed like it was unavoidable. You were gonna have to talk to her, but, like, you know, maybe you didn't have to do the whole day with her. Bad call on my part, I guess, but...
Well, if it's anything, if that woman wants something, she will get it, especially in matters like this, when it comes to diplomacy. Don't believe there was anything you could have said, nor anyone that would have, well, avoided the whole thing.
So, so you're not close with her then? Why is that? I never knew. I guess we never really talked about it. At least, you know.
She like kind of bristles at that.
There's reason to not talk about it, Octavia.
Oh, okay. I mean...
But you're younger than all of it. You can be forgiven, but there are reasons for things. You don't need to apologize.
It's just funny because, like, I don't really, like, know my mom's side at all. So, like, it's something I've always kind of wanted to get to know. But then I never even thought about, like, having, like, you know, a tough time with, you know, my mom's side or something like that. So, I don't know. I felt bad. Obviously. I've said that, like, 5 times now, so...
How much do you know of your mother?
My mom? I mean, I know her pretty well, but, I mean, I wish I could see her more often. I wish she was still around, but I don't know anything about... I've never met anyone else on my mom's side. I've never been able to go visit, so it just never really worked out, and I was kind of, you know, considering it, you know, now that I graduated, but since all of this is happening with the hand and stuff, postponing that again. But yeah, I don't know anything about them. But my mom, I mean, I love her. She's great.
And you've never thought to ask to visit her?
Oh, I've thought about it a lot. She just is like, no, I'll come visit you, because she doesn't want to get in the way of, you know, she didn't want to get in the way of schooling and, yeah, all that. She always said there was more important things. I'll come visit someday, you know, yada yada.
Well, I mean, she is Still, technically, the Queen Regent. It would be good of her to visit at some point.
Yeah.
Not purely for your sake, for the kingdoms.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even think about that part. I just assumed she was always visiting me, but I guess there is a responsibility to that too. Well, I hope your meeting went well with the council.
Please. I don't know how much you know of them either, but like I said, things are the way they are, Octavia. I don't know what you've heard or what the council said to you. But I also... I also think that they're not the end-all be-all of what is right either.
Well, I guess I wasn't really... Do you mean about the eggs in particular? Or just like how your meeting went today?
Well, you see, like, she's very much, like, caught out. I was intending for both. How did your meeting go?
It was fine. I mean, I just talked, and then they asked all the questions that I think they asked all of us. I said what I felt, and hopefully Dad got the information that will help him make a decision, Like, it was fine.
None of them said anything negative towards you, did they?
Well, not really, no. Not like intentionally, that's for sure. I know I'm young, I know I'm the youngest, but sometimes I think people, like, use that as a reason for, like, why I am the way that I am, rather than just being like, oh, maybe she's just a person. So they did mention how young I am, but I mean, I am the youngest, so whatever. It just kind of made me feel a little minimized, Like, what I was saying didn't have as much weight because of my youth. But, I mean, they're also gonna be judgy. I guess that's their job, right? Figure out who's best fit, yada yada, whatever. But, it wasn't bad. Mostly just chatted. Do you feel okay about yours?
The council are designed to prod in order to, as you said, make a decision on who is best fit. And so prod they will. It's in nature. If I could be completely honest, I'm not sure I entirely trust that council. Good part of why I'm concerned about this whole hand and choosing thing. There's always reason to fear what their intentions may be.
You think some of them don't have the best, like, intentions for the realm?
I don't. Cannot say who or what exactly, I know they don't.
I'll admit, I have a few questions about a few of them myself. I don't know. I know Morgana best, but sometimes some of their motives, even when they were talking about the eggs today, I was like, okay, this is a little crazy. Like, what do you mean we can use these dragons to protect us? Didn't dragons try and hurt us in the first place? That's crazy. So, interesting people with some interesting opinions sometimes, that's for sure.
Exactly. And you're still young, but you have a good head on those shoulders. So a lot you don't know, but nothing I don't think you couldn't understand.
Thank you. And for what it's worth, Santi, I know and I can sense how much you care about all of this. I think you care the most out of all of us. And I'm really glad that I'm gonna be, I don't know, I guess observing you through all of this. I felt like I don't know, seen a lot already now, and I know I haven't even seen probably a fraction of what all of you guys have experienced so far, but I don't know. I know all of us are going through it, but I just wanted to check in on you too. And I sense how much you care, so yeah.
I was born to care about it.
It's not just that you were born to care about it, you just care, right? Like, you can't be born into that. Like, you can't just. Empathy is a thing, you know? Like.
It is. I suppose it is. But you grew up very differently to I. None of us grew up the same. But there is a reason Talon has had the marriages he has. None of it was because he fell in love. It's not to say that he doesn't care for anyone's mothers, but they are what they are.
I think he loved Edwin's mom.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's true. They never married, though.
No, but marriage is just a piece of paper at the end of the day, you know?
It's more than a piece of paper. Especially for all of us. Any marriage between nobles is important.
I guess. Well, I just, like I said, wanted to check in. It's been a lot for all of us, and I know Xanthi likes to remain strong and all that, so I had to come make sure that you were doing okay.
I appreciate it, Octavia. But it's important to get settled in. Have you even been to your room yet?
I actually have. It needs some color, so I'll be working on that for sure.
Suppose it'd have less restrictions than whatever dorms you were staying in, right?
Yeah, the dorms it was more like, hey, don't bring these things, but like as far as decorations, I could kind of do whatever I wanted, which was really cool. So, I mean, you saw. I brought you up a few times.
I did. Which, remember that this, even if it is your room, is still meant to be the manner of the king's hand. Don't go too overboard, please.
But I'm part of the king's hand, and so my influence will affect the room. It's me being authentic.
You're just gonna shake her head.
Anyway, can't wait for you to see it when I'm done. And then she's gonna bound out of the room. But yeah, that's what I had.
Okay. So Via bounds out of the room. What does anybody else have?
I actually didn't have anything specific. More that I think about it, I think that Kaylin would just spend her time also decorating her room. We're gonna be here. We're gonna make it our own, baby. But yeah, I don't think that she would just stick to her room. Like, I feel like she would make it a point to be out in, like, the main room as well. If anybody did want to talk to her, they can, but she's not gonna go out of her way, I don't think, right now. She does, she still looks over her shoulder every now and then, looking at the little corners and little shadows.
Okay.
That's it.
For most of the time that they're here, Edwin stays in his room, and he's writing a letter.
Nice. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So, unless Merrick has anything?
Nope.
All right. Sounds good to me. The rest of the day passes rather quickly then, as all of you take the various means to redesign the small bits of your room that you can right now, and eventually begin to head towards your various meetings. I will say that that evening, before any of you depart, the head chef of the manor does create this this beautiful aromatic fish stew. As you see, Caviel, as you see, he comes out, the Triton shimmering blue and green skin, these seafoam colored eyes, and in this scowl on his face as he sets the bowls down carefully. For those of you that come and eat at the table, or if you take your food up to your room, but he will say to Merrick specifically, given the connection to House Falkrest, as he puts the food down in front of you, Merrick, he kind of folds his arms in front of you and says,
I want you to try it.
Okay. Merrick will take a bite.
Do you like it?
I assume it's good.
what
This
do you
is
think?
Ryan asking.
It's fish stew.
Ryan loves seafood in all forms, so this sounds awesome to Ryan.
Yeah, it's well seasoned. Objectively, it tastes good, but it's up to you if Merrick likes seafood.
Merrick all my characters love seafood. It's
Okay.
canon.
Yeah, and he thinks it's pretty good.
Yeah. I think it's excellent.
Do you like?
What sort of fish did you use?
Mostly carp. Things found in Dragon Strait. You like?
I do. Were they caught this morning?
Yes. Well, not
Tastes
this
fresh,
morning. Afternoon.
I can still taste the sea salt. That's a good thing for me.
It is.
I like them.
No. Salt good. Flavor. Yeah.
Indeed. Merrick will just keep eating.
Does anybody not seem like they're enjoying the fish stew?
Is it bad?
No, objectively, it tastes good. It's well seasoned.
great.
It's got a little bit of heat to it. It just happens to be if your character doesn't enjoy seafood.
She good.
Nah, Caleb likes it.
Nobody doesn't like it.
That's fantastic.
So good.
All right, cool.
Second bowl.
Yeah.
Hey, watch how much eat, right?
This guy's funny.
Yeah, okay. Enjoy. And he bows.
It's back into the kitchen.
You
Okay.
just call me fat.
As Caviel leaves, head chef leaves. Yep. With that, all of you prepare to head to your political meetings then.
Yeah.
Who's going first?
Edwin,
Well,
right?
Edwin's is tonight mandatorily.
Cool.
Nah, he's not going. He'll go tomorrow. No.
Forget the spy master.
The spy master will spy on Edwin and know he's not coming tonight. Therefore,
does
he
that
won't
guy
go.
I love the logic.
Yep. All right, fine. Edwin's going.
Okay. Question to you, Edwin. How do you get out of the keep grounds without anyone seeing you?
Oh, that's right. He says, "Don't be." Did he say come alone?
Yeah,
he said, "Don't be
alone.
seen."
He said, "Come alone." And I mean, yeah, I guess you can leave of your own volition. But what are you telling the guards when one of the potential heirs to the throne is trying to leave by himself?
Bro, why did he fucking tell this to the least stealthy person in the entire sibling group? Yeah, I mean, he can't fucking sneak out. But right, the whole place is guarded, right? Like everywhere.
I mean, without
Just tell them
investigating any
something.
further, yeah, it seems like it's pretty thoroughly guarded. It is to protect all of you, in theory.
Yeah,
you
I
know?
mean, he's just gonna walk out the front gate, and then when he gets stopped, he'll talk to him. So he'll.
Okay.
Excuse me, my prince. We were instructed to make sure that, especially in the evening, that all of you stay within the walls for your own safety. If you wish to head out into the city, we'll be happy to escort you, though.
No escort is necessary. I have a request by the king. I must leave now.
Make a deception check with advantage, I'll say.
Where the f is deception? Okay.
Okay.
Without an escort?
Must I repeat myself?
No, my prince, please. Just try your best to stay away from the Reaches. God forbid the Undercity. Last thing we want to do is have to come retrieve you from some gang hideout.
I've been to worse places, but I will not go near those. Thank you. And he puts the hood up.
All right. So, Edwin, in the nighttime of the city, you begin to head out and away. You have been to the Reaches before. It is sort of that bordering area between the upper city, the heights, the Reaches, and the undercity. It is sort of the middle of that sandwich. And you can see the degrading happen as this kind of gradient over the city, as the manor is within the upper city. So there's two different gatehouses that you have to pass through in order to get there. But eventually, you do arrive within the Reaches. And you weren't really given any instruction on where to go. So what is Edwin doing as he gets to the reaches?
So what's the I know the vibes, but like what's the scenery like? Is it like buildings and like alleyways and stuff, or
Yeah, it is.
'cause- Okay. Am I near the ne'er-do-wells? And
Yeah,
like
they're
slightly.
They're somewhere. They're probably in here. The thing is, there are pretty stringent checks at any of the entry points from the Undercity to the reaches. So there are like well guarded like ports of entry for those elevators that lead up from the Undercity. So most like extreme criminals are definitely in the Undercity, but there might be some people that, you know, are still probably going to do something they shouldn't.
Okay. Edwin is just going to take a look around. He's definitely got his hood up. He's not wearing his like regal armor, and like he would be wearing more like things that he would wear in the Nornathi, like more furs and like things to kind of not seem like he's a noble. But he's kind of looking around and he's just like, if I was a spy master, where would I go? Think, Edwin, think. And he's just gonna kind of look around. He's gonna try to ascertain where spy master might go.
Okay. Let's see. I would say, Edwin, go ahead and make either a history check or investigation check.
Interesting. Not good at either of those. Well, shit. Let's see what happens. Yeah, no.
Okay, 4. Okay.
Did forget his glasses.
I can't see without my glasses. So Edwin, as you're looking around, you're trying to ask anybody any questions related to if they've seen anyone, a halfling or a gnome, any type of small folk. But most people that when you approach, even wearing the Nornathi clothing, they don't recognize you. They don't want to talk to you, regardless of how nice and friendly. In fact, some people, they avoid you because you seem so friendly, thinking there's no way somebody in the reaches at night would intentionally be trying to, you know, make a friend, or ask something without trying to rob you with the other hand, you know? So, you know, you spend quite a bit of time trying to ask, and after about 45 minutes, you get nowhere. But the last person that you seem to ask is a beggar, an individual who is sort of sitting on the corner, and they look up to you and they say, "You're looking for a small folk?"
Yes.
Well, I'd be happy to point you in the direction of. I saw a small folk walking this way just some time ago.
He goes into his pocket and throws a gold at him.
Thank you, good sir. You are too kind. He
doesn't throw
traveled.
it at him, but he hands it to him.
Yeah.
He traveled that way, towards a temple down the road. Run down, not very well kept up, but still open all hours. Should individuals needed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And gives him another gold. You have a good night. Stay safe.
You as well, good sir.
Rights himself, stands up, and looks towards where he pointed and goes towards the temple.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So, you head that way. And I mean, it is pretty dark this evening, as it seems as though the moonlight just doesn't want to bathe this area in light. There's thick fog that kind of rolls in through the buildings, concealing much of the city, lowering that visibility down. But eventually you make your way into the sort of rundown temple. And oh, I actually never moved you to the reaches. My bad.
Ooh. As he is walking towards all that smog and stuff, he is kind of holding his like arm, just kind of close.
Okay, sounds good. So you head into that church, abandoned in this current moment. You can see there are some candles lit around the room, and you can see one priest in here. Not a small folk, though, a human man. His vestments are, tattered and ruined. This is a church of a chapel dedicated to the Church of the Unbroken, the order you belong to, Edwin. And after being in the Nornathi lands and seeing the churches there, well kept and maintained, seeing this, it's unsettling. More reverence should be given to a holy place like this.
You see the human man. He turns and says, "Hello, my son. Is there something I can assist you with this evening?"
Yes, Father. I'm looking for a halfling, a small folk. I was pointed in this direction.
Ah. Was it the beggar?
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry, my son, but sadly, no halfling, no small folk at all have come here anytime recently. Not in several days, at least. I don't think it was malicious. He was beat pretty bad by some of the gangs. His memory hasn't been quite what it should be. My son, if you don't mind me asking, it looks as though something weighs heavy on you.
You're a good judge of character. Many things weigh heavy on me, Father, but I would love to talk about all of them. I don't have the time, unfortunately.
Well, I know time is such a fickle thing nowadays and always in short supply, but for just a few moments, maybe. Join me, and perhaps we can pray together for just a minute. Perhaps whatever troubling you will have the slightest bit of relief.
Of course. Yes.
Thank you very much. Hopefully this will help.
And help pray.
Linked to the tenets of Church of the Unbroken, of peace, protection, and strength. Whispering to those deities, Serena, Girion, and Larkin. You sit there and you pray for a moment, and as you open your eyes, the father's gone. And instead, kneeling next to you is Sir Davian.
Well, it took you a bit longer to find the place, but I'm glad that you finally found it.
Next time you could give better instructions.
My apologies, my prince. I had to ensure that, well, even without direct instructions, you could still navigate your way through a dangerous situation. You're very lucky. I tried to make things a little easier on you. There were a couple of gangs that were watching this alleyway up and down looking for a wealthy man, such as yourself. Luckily, they were directed elsewhere, so you're welcome. I made it about as easy as I could without just giving it away.
Well, I appreciate it. What, is the manner of our meeting tonight?
I wanted to ask you, Edwin, after everything that transpired within those council hall chambers, how do you feel about all this? Everything? The eggs? What happened in the council chambers, in your meeting in particular?
I don't mean to be disrespectful, Spy Master. But why are you asking these questions?
If you will allow me this kindness, my prince, I will answer your question if you answer one of mine first.
That is only fair. I'm confused. I am angry. I am sad. I have many emotions at the moment about what transpired today. Now it is your time to answer my question.
Why do I care?
Why do you want to know?
The clergy, not just of the Church of Unity, but Church of the Unbroken, even certain members of the Church of the Cleansing Tempest, the Church of the Broken Sun. There are members within each of those churches that whisper your name, Edwin. They desire clergymen such as yourself to be, well, considered important in this world. I believe it was wrong what the council proposed Talon do.
That was a proposition from the council. What my father asked me today?
Intentionally ignoring you, yes, it was. Sadly. Rather cruel, I think. It's not fair. You are the firstborn son, after all. And I think, deep down, I think that Talon does want you to have it. In some world, he does, I think.
That's flattering. It's flattering that so many people speak my name through the churches, and that possibly deep down, Father wants me to have the throne, but as I stated today, I do not.
Yes, Edwin, I heard you, as did the rest of the council. But do you really think it's a choice?
Up until now, I did. What are you talking about, Spy Master?
It is a choice for Talon, who is crowned. He will choose. And God's willing, he will choose correctly.
If he's to choose correctly, then why not choose one of the ones that want it? Why not choose Kalen, Merrick, hell, even Xanthi? Via, all of them have a claim and want the throne.
You know, Edwin, Father Aldrin Stillwater, he speaks very highly of your accomplishments in the lands of the Nonathi. And I hear that you have made a rather strong connection with the High King, isn't that right? A rather strong connection.
Where did you hear that?
Well, the clergy, they sit, they listen, whether it be in confession booths or spreading alms. They hear a great deal. My prince.
Well, I've spent plenty of time with the Nonathi. It would be unfortunate if I had spent that much time there and not made good relations with them.
Of course. The clergy sees you as the only truly viable option as a ruler. Do you know what unites the people of Adaria? Faith. The fact that even when their kings spread their blood, their gods are there to console them. Kings betray you. Gods, well, although they might not stop it, they simply cannot. But they will always hear you. They will always listen. It is of the best interest of the people of this nation, Edwin, and of the church, of all churches of Adaria, that you pursue it. For if you do not, I fear that these strong ties in the Nonathi, I'd hate to see what happened to them. Good. You break your sacred duties. As, after all, how can you loyally serve the church, Edwin? When you serve as a member of the King's Hand, it seems difficult. A whisper here, a whisper there. The Prince of the Pauper, no more. He had his fill, he gained his love and admiration, and now he chooses to sit within gilded halls and go on mighty adventures. The poor man means nothing more to him.
So this is what you mean by, do I think I have a choice? So the church is deeming, it doesn't seem like I do. The church is deeming I go after the crown. What, so that I can get into a feud with my family? So that I can push people away to, what? Rule because the church seems to deem so? That they want me to?
It isn't the church, my prince, that deems so. It is a divine edict. You are entitled to it. You are the firstborn son.
Who was born before he was king.
Exactly. Before he
Everyone
was even a
says it.
dream of king.
I am a bastard. And I've been told that my entire life since I was 2 years old. And now I have some sort of claim?
Well, Edwin, as I see it, you have let others define you your entire life, and now we define you again. So is now the time for you to truly break against that? To defy what others have told of you? No, Edwin, because that is not who you are. The church has deemed it so you will do it. Or else...
Or else what?
It's a great shame that Nonathi houses are made of nothing more than straw and wood. It's so sad how quickly fire can spread. Don't you think?
You wouldn't dare.
I must do what is right for this nation as divined by the gods. Death is inevitable. It comes for us all. So what if it comes earlier or later? It's inevitable. And if it means prosperity and strength and faith for this kingdom, then that's what I'll do. I wish you the best in your endeavors, my prince, and know that the Church of Unity, Church of the Unbroken, and many others, we support you. We only wish for what is best. Enjoy the rest of your evening, my prince. It was a great honor for you to grace me in this hallowed hall. He will stand and bow, and he'll leave.
Yeah, after he leaves, just tears and Edwin, yeah, he like stands up in anger, and light starts to pour out of his hands, and he just screams, and guiding bolts just start shooting out of his hands.
Blasting holes in the patched up wooden roof of this church. But in at least a small moment, there is a burst of radiance in this otherwise desiccated and desecrated hall. And Edwin, as we zoom out that evening, that's not where we're going to end our session. We are instead going to pan out. Not very far from the Reaches, as we are going to travel to the front gate of Crown's Rest. As we drift from that desiccated and desecrated chapel, sweep over the city of Crown's Rest, and reach the outer gates. You can see the Crimson Grove sprawling against the towering walls of the capital. Deep red leaves sway in the cool fall evening breeze, their colors eerie, rich, and unnatural. Two Adarian watchmen stand at their post. Above the, on the walls, actually on top of the gatehouse, looking out for any attackers, any riders, as the gates are shut, closed this evening, not allowing anyone else into the city. You can see the green and white cloaks and armor, the lever action rifles on their back, and their shields and swords posted up near them. Not ready for attackers right now as they just sit calmly. So, King's Hand. Huh? The younger of the two, Corwin, shifts his weight, glancing towards the road leading back into the kingdom. His helm is just a little bit too big for his head, so there's this leather strap against his chin. I hope it don't mean war comes, you know. Captain keeps talking about it. That's getting closer and closer every day. His companion, Joran, an older man with a patchy beard and tired eyes, he lets out a bit of a snort, adjusting the grip of his halberd. As long as one of them takes the throne proper, we'll be fine. Don't matter which. Corwin shrugs, his arms crossed. I don't know. They say the youngest, baddest in a fight. But they threw in the thick of it anyhow. Octavius girl? Oh, forget her name totally. Joran, he chuckles dryly. I wouldn't put my money on her. Corwin grins, kind of emboldened by the conversation. You know though, Xanthi, it's a real scary one, yeah. Heard she almost burned a man to the ground where he stood. I ain't the type to forgive either. Probably throw a man in chains just for looking at her wrong. Joran grunts, considering. You know, it might be what we need. Maybe that eldest, the priest, right? And when he's been over in the with the you know, the big fuckers, they got the in the snow, you know. You mean the Narendi, right? Yeah, Narendi, that's the one. Yeah, thank you. I mean, he's seen fighting, right? So he should know how to handle things like that. I'll say that's more than most lords can say, right? Yeah, I think so. And he kind of looks up towards the floating keep of Dragon's End. All of them in that bloody storming keep, though. At the end of the day, a bunch of heirs with no real experience, though. No real battles under their belt. You heard they took down a whole fort. You reckon that's true? No experience, they just stormed the keep. I heard in the tavern, I heard there was 400 soldiers there. And with a force of 50, they took the keep. And one of them got taken hostage, though. Yeah, it was that Xanthi. Yeah. And then she apparently got one of them on fire, burned them as a message, but then they let some of them go. You hear that? Yeah, I don't know. It's rumors. That's all it is. And that don't matter anyway. People call it the Battle of Serwyn Keep anyway. Folk love stories. And love heroes even more. What's better than 50 taking on 400? One taking on 1,000? You hear stories about that Rainier Sentinel? Yeah. Apparently, through all the taverns of Crown's Rest, he's told the same story, far different ways, about taking out some fire giants. What's a fire giant? Never heard of that. What, a big fire? I can put out a big fire. Give me a bucket of water. And the two of them start laughing. And it kind of fades, and there's a quiet pause. The leaves rustle. I mean, if I'm being entirely honest, though, at least they're doing something, right? It's better than most lords, ladies. Tell me, when was the last time the king ever did anything for you and me? Well, I've got a helmet, don't even fit right. What? Kingdom run out of money? Can't afford better leather straps? Huh? It's improper to speak that way. He's the king. You got to respect him. He's done a lot of good, he has. Yeah. I'm sure whatever happens, it'll be for the best. I've still got faith in that.
Yeah, King Talon, that's his name. The kind, right? He's the kind. He's a good guy. Always been, right? Yeah. You're just young. Yeah, you youngins, you just... Yeah, I can see, that's all. And the two quiet down. Just looking out for whatever might come. And a few moments later, it arrives. The sound of hooves, ragged, stumbling, echoes down the road. Two guards straighten, their hands kind of tightening on their weapons, and a solitary rider emerges from the trees. The horse is barely standing, its coat matted with sweat and blood, foam dripping from its mouth, its breath labored. It moves in this agonizing slowness, each step closer to collapse than the last. And atop it, a ruined figure sways in the saddle. Rainier Falkrest, sentinel of Adaria, missing for a month without word, without trace. He barely clings to the reins, his once pristine armor shattered, his bronze scales slick with dried blood. But what hangs from his waist is what steals the air from the guard's lungs. 10 heads strung together on twine. A grisly display, their faces frozen in agony, the eyes hollowed out. Jordan staggers back, his voice... Jesus Christ. Jordan staggers back, his voice caught in his throat. Gods! What in God's name? The horse lurches again forward, and then the lantern light reveals the final horror. The sigil painted on the flank of the horse in blood. 3 dragons' fangs, their points curving inward, an ancient and terrible mark, and branded onto Rainier's chest, carved deep into his ruined scales, the flesh still raw and seared. And you see Joran, he says, Stop, state your business. Corwin's voice cracks as he says, Wait, that's a sentinel. That's Rainier Falkrest. And Rainier doesn't react. He barely breathes. Joran drops his rifle and rushes forward towards the edge and then off to the side, and he says, Get a healer! Call the council, get out now! Somebody, open the gate, please! Somebody help! Somebody! The world is a blur in chaos. Guards opening the gate, rushing towards him, cries of panic and alarm as bells begin ringing through the gates of Crown's Rest. All of you are awoken in the middle of the night, instructed to immediately return to the council chambers. Rainier collapses from his saddle, the last of his strength spent, as the world fades to black. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end our session. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to welcome the King's Hand to level 2. Congratulations, everybody.
Yes!
Whoa.
I'm doing it now.
We did it.
Woo!
Oh.
We just needed our uncle to die,
Finally.
and then we could level up, apparently.
We roll HP? I forgot.
It's up to you. You can either take the average or you can roll. Woo!
Damn!
Oh.
Damn.
Fuck.
Damn.
God damn it.
Ooh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, let's make sure you guys roll your hit points in roll 20 or not roll 20. Wow, in Foundry, so that way everybody can see.
Wow.
Okay, do I take...
You reroll
I'm
ones and
taking
twos.
the average.
Mhm.
Okay.
I really
okay.
want to roll, but I also don't want it to be doo-doo butt cheek.
Hey,
Let's
everyone got an
go.
8. You know what that means? You should also gamble. That's what I.
I'll roll a 2 and then be sad about it.
I got
Please
the average.
reroll.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got
Wait,
one
I'm
less than me.
confused.
5,
Wouldn't
Kayla.
I
Oh.
have the
So should I take 5?
Nope, you take 4.
Oh, I thought. Oh, okay.
Well, if you roll a 1
Not
or
this
a
time
2,
around.
you re-roll. But if you roll lower than, or if you roll not those, then oh.
And this is
I'm
why I don't roll for
lame.
things.
Plus our con, right?
Yep, plus your con,
Modifier?
yep.
See.
So we
At
got
least a
rough.
3.
Oh,
Edwin
I can
has-
do it automatically.
It should
What?
auto
That's
add
so
your
nice.
con.
Wait, is
Yes.
that your max Via?
Yes, sir, it
So
is.
Via and Edwin have max HP right now.
Let's
Must
fucking
be
go.
nice.
Look, it's a
Yeah.
6. It's still a 6.
I went from 10 to 18. Let's go.
Brr.
Do I have more HP than you?
Yeah, I've got 16.
I have 16 as a wizard.
What
That's pretty good.
Our fighter has the same HP as our wizard.
I'm never rolling
Alright.
again. I should have trusted.
Eric's at 20 for taking the average. It pays to play safe.
All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in next Saturday to see what happens, see more political conversations. I'm sure all of them. Edwin's is really going to be the only spicy one. I'm sure there's nothing else that's going to happen in any of these other conversations. Period.
I believe it.
What's happened?
I
messed
smell
my thing up
some
already.
bullshit. Anyway.
Yeah, so be sure to check out the abridged version. If you happen to come in 3 hours in and you're like, oh my God, I missed it. You can either watch it on YouTube, posted on Monday, or you can watch the abridged version that is uploaded on Wednesdays, which is, like I said, 40 minutes to an hour of everything. Join the Discord if you haven't yet. Check out Party Loot, the sponsor of tonight's session, if you haven't yet, to do all of your tabletop RPG tracking inventory needs.
www.partyloot.com.
Yep, www.partyloot.com. Yeah, so we will see next week what happens. What's going on with Rainier? What did he see? What's going to happen there? What political conversations await? And what is the next mission of the King's Hand? The tutorial is officially over. The title screen has played. Welcome to
Hell
the
yeah.
Crimson Court campaign. 'Cause from now on, not only are you guys going to have to juggle missions that are given to you by the king and by the kingdom, but personal goals as well. And most importantly, there are going to be some things that happen that the King's Hand needs to take care of. But they're not going to be assignments from the king. They're just areas where the King's Hand is needed. So you'll have to make the choice. Do we do explicitly what the king told us, or do we do potentially what's best for the realm and disobey the orders from the king? You're going to have to make a lot of hard choices about where to go, what to do, and what's most important for the king and the kingdom. So thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. I know I did, and we'll see you in the next one.